6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 to be here. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, what it was, 2,000 videos?
Over 3,000 pictures.
12 million views. Needs to be in the airport. They're worse than this.
Yeah, we're good at this. That's great. I want to play and then you put me. But that's actually not that clear. I want to check it airlines and you're not
See how it's like. Like it. I think.
6 hour and a half to the train.
Bit of a rush.
I love the transport strike. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. How much beer? About 4 grand just to get this. Right, hello and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of, well, I mean, we're just on a tram now and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Fair Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time. And as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania. And I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, I'm really watching Chile warm in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually in the contest to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, sitting at the stadium, starting to fill up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there, of course, as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of the fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it soon. Okay, and that is game one. Lots of fight in Chile. Fan favorite teams, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that was game one in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going. And then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just going to head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
So Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita, and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah.
Victoria.
My name is Steve, we're from Fair Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to come to all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. 50-50. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
How you, mate? Hello, Ross. How you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
So it's like a Stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. We've got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate your work. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
That's perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right.
Yeah, London.
But still sports South Africa, still South Africa
Always,
through.
always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, 2. Yesterday was it?
Samoa versus Chile game. Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today it's better.
It's amazing. It's just a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been here a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. All right, cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80, yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70, yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, so
Well, if you get 80 points, I'll get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Yeah, yes. I think
Yeah.
so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They've got
So.
to at least get a bonus.
Yeah,
That'll just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70, but I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries, eh?
100 out of 0.
100-0, okay. You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're gonna go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so much supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all wanted to score 8
Let's see them
tries.
cross the line.
Yeah,
You know, it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I've bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How are we? Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We need everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Ferry does coming on as replacement hookers.
Okay.
And that.
We must see Marco Bastard in there. You know, apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we'll be invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have beat a player today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends on the result.
I'm sorry for you, but the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs a
Yeah,
movie.
we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to the smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, we might see a lot of very grumpy Springbok supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All the back.
Absolutely.
So you're gonna bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup's coming back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Cleese, Ches and Colvin. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. and Currie doing the lineup, and we all laugh at James, who in red is down. And he's back at there he is. Look at him. Look at him. Let's get the rain cover ready. And that's the way. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official tour long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning. Coming out of the police station. We are finally up Portuguese there. Yeah, of course, behind the camera and just photos done yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change the plans. It's going to be announced tonight, so unfortunately, not 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see the Paris. Roads across the street. It's going to blow our entire holiday budget on like $4 a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. But that, I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. Much time I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. See French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look, arrived at home going to Loftus in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition today. Now it's all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box tourist-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back. So this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming on the wrong side.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Chat. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fan Forum on a Thursday night in our usual slots. But as you can see, once again, Stevie has deserted us on his wild French adventures. And we've got one of his companions, his partners in crime from Marseille, which I'm sure you've seen around in the channels. Scotty, how you doing, man? How you doing? How was Marseille? And yeah, fill us in how that weekend went, and give us the vibe and how it all went.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal, good to be back, but behind the lens after this. Put on blast early, so yeah.
Just talk us through your weekend there, Scotty.
Okay, so listen, I arrive in Marseille at 11:30. Get to Stevie's place. Bear in mind, my data roaming's not working. I have to buy a pizza from this place. He doesn't have. I'm like trying to call Stevie, but he only has the landline. So I'm chatting to their customers. Finally managed to get Stevie. Anyways, this is after trying to fit on the couch after a couple whiskeys, and it wasn't working. So I had to settle for the floor and the throw of the couch. So this was actually the following morning while I was peacefully asleep, and Mr. Pettit was up early grinding, doing some editing. So this is game day. This is how game day began.
And people, people might not know. I was supposed to join the boys potentially, so that couch had to be between the two of us. We had to decide shotgun and who was going to. But that was never. That couch is not big enough to even sit on, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was leaving it there for you in case you made a late appearance.
Well, I had a heads up of what the conditions were going to be like, so I thought, I'll give Scotty the couch there in Marseille, and hopefully I get a proper sleeper couch if I make it to Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
But anyway,
otherwise, no, Marseille was immaculate. I mean, cheapers. You kind of actually wish the game was at 7:30 and not 9 o'clock, because I mean, you wake up and it's a book day, and when it's a book day, that means there's going to be excitement and dopes involved. And when it's only at 9 o'clock, and you might have seen some of the interviews post game, but it's a little bit blurry at that stage. But I mean, we went to a Bok Army event, which couldn't recommend more highly. And there were hundreds of South Africans. We did some epic interviews and some more questionable interviews with others, but amazing vibes. The stadium is incredible, and I was so glad that it was such a competitive game. No one, Tonga came to play. It was proper, and the cherry on top was just every single kick going over. I mean, it couldn't have been more geared out. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal experience.
Amazing, man. I think if you're not going to do Paris, then I think Marseille is the right venue, the next best place to go. I've seen a lot of my other friends who have passed through there, and it looked really amazing. Marseille looks amazing. So welcome to everyone on the live chat. I see, Albert, you've made a link. Bit of comment. This is live. I hope. I'm sure you are. The fact that you made a comment, you can see us. But anyone else around here, please share your comments. We'll have a look at them, put them up, obviously, and discuss some of them as well when we can. But as Scotty, I mean, World Cup just marching along as it does, quickly into the final pool game. Obviously, the books aren't playing, but we can discuss some books later. Some little interesting topics to also discuss around conspiracies and doping and some topics we probably might not want to say to Stevie, man, I don't know if we should want to discuss that. I think we should try to keep it to the rugby, but we'll touch on those topics as well,
I think what we love about World Cup so much, it feels like a year of, rugby chat and drama. Now put it in a month, just it is non-stop. The fact that, Malcolm Marx being taken out of the World Cup feels like years ago at this stage. These conversations are just ever changing, and the amount of things coming in and out, it's been super interesting. But let's get stuck into it.
So we've done quite deep dives on the previous rounds in the previous shows, but let's just quickly run through last week, starting off with Japan Samoa. Japan got the win there. It was very, very 50-50 in the fantasy stakes. I mean, I must admit, I was on Samoa. I was hoping they would gel and physicality and a bit of flair would have crossed them over the line there. But it was also a very strangely ref game, a very kind of weird game. Samoa did still, got the cards, came back. But Japan winning, did you say that was fair in the end of the day?
Yeah, I think... I'm glad they've won, because I'm excited for their final game of that group. That's going to be incredible versus Argentina. That's going to be a proper spectacle. And I think given they have the best chance of going through, I love that Samoa have been putting up proper fights. And you're never going to be angry if they get the win, but I don't know about you. I mean, they're out of it now, but I was expecting a little bit more. But then when you look at their preparation, I mean, I love their team. They've got some lovely players, but if you look at their preparation, they were on a hide into nothing, weren't they? So it's a bit of a pity. No, it's tough. I think a lot of with these Pacific Islanders, these guys, they're not playing together. The cohesion is purely on the basis that they get along well, not that because they know how to play with each other. And they tend to get that. And there is always, the positive vibe within those types of camps. You don't often hear of the other, but it's more just, it's the lack of formal structures and real, competition time amongst the team that tends to let them down. So, I mean, if Fiji, who seem to be the most likely, or the only kind of possible ones to get through to the semi-finals, I'd like to maybe at the end of this show have a conversation about them being included into the the Rugby Championship, because
Yeah.
there were exclusions made for Argentina after they did that in 2007. So why not the same?
Yeah, I have my opinions on how all the rugby could be formatted going forward, because rugby, I mean, let's not go too much off topic, but at the moment, rugby on and off the field is not the product that we want it to be, really. Quick on to New Zealand, Italy. Wow, there were murmurings that Italy might win. That was never ever on the forefront of my mind. But the fact of this whole Italy conversation, it goes back even to the inclusion of, we're talking about Fiji and Championship. Italy's inclusion over 20 years of the Six Nations was not supposed to lead to a performance like this, right? So, I mean, New Zealand would be New Zealand, and Italy, how they were not motivated, unless they've been aiming for France all along, and this is a dummy, they're fooling us. But I don't think that's the case, right? But what are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I thought they were actually really good with ball in hand, right? You actually look at the possession stats; they're not that unequal. They just lack the willpower to dig deep on defense. And when you have a New Zealand team's tail up, you just got to fight for 10 minutes to try to stop those tries from happening. And then those 10 minutes might turn into 20. And that's how you just keep them down. But it's Italy, 9 times out of 10, they're going to score 4 tries, right? Like it's going to be a tough night out. But they just didn't let it stop sliding. Like at the end of the day, they got 3 tries, which is good, right? But it's just only in comparison to what it was on the opposite end of the pitch, and they just let everything go through. They just they sat back, let New Zealand play at them, and there's only going to be one winner if you let them just run it.
I mean, there's nothing more, I think, as a rugby player, probably demoralizing, if you want to call it, that when you're 21-0 down to the All Blacks, knowing what mood they're in after 12 minutes, you almost know they could have easily probably thrown the towel, like many teams have done before. But the fact of the matter is they are actually still in the tournament. Like it feels like it's the death of. It doesn't, but it just doesn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. It should have never happened, but it did, and it that's again. Are we now? Everyone says New Zealand was just sleeping on New Zealand. Have we given New Zealand false hope again? Have they given? We don't know. I mean, we'll see at the quarterfinals, but very interesting.
I think maybe Italy knew, obviously, if they want to get through, they need to beat France or New Zealand, both of which are going to be incredibly tough, and New Zealand was their first test. If you don't lose against New Zealand, your next best option is to show that you put up a fight to make France worry and second guess, and maybe spend too much time over analyzing something in Italy's game or their own, right? But it just seems that as long as France go through the motions and play with a bit of confidence, they'll be all right. So I don't think they've done themselves any real service. As I said, I don't think they were horrible with ball in hand. They attacked the gain line and they managed to get those 3 tries. But defensively, they were a shambles. Yeah.
Argentina, Chile, quick one. I don't spend too much time. I think that's pretty much spot on result. I think that game went according to plan. So Chileans put some points on this time, but I think that was a standard result. It's all about Argentina, Japan coming up anyway.
For sure. As you said, I think Chile have shown glimmers of potentially what could hopefully then come into future World Cups. I think particularly their first performance versus Japan, but it has been a bit of a rolling from Argentina and England. But we'll see. They're a very small rugby nation, but I think that's big for Argentina going into the Japan game. They needed to get points on the board, especially with how scrappy their game versus Samoa was. So that's gonna be massive for them.
Yeah. I just quickly see Albert. Thank you for commenting, man. You're talking about the doping thing. We are going to touch on that later. Yeah, we do have to bring that up, unfortunately, because this is a slideshow that we certainly did not need and was probably not necessary. But we'll get to that. And we'll move on to the Fiji-Georgia game. I actually thoroughly enjoyed this game. I think when we talk about what competitions took later, I know we say Fiji is a minnow, but Fiji kind of played like how they normally have played. To kind of they played like they were back in their tier 2 vibe. And Georgia I always felt they had a big game in them, and they came and they arrived. So I thoroughly enjoyed this game, but Fiji showed their class in the end, that they got over the line. But yeah, Fiji threw, but I think once again, I think we expected that, but probably a few people thought it was going to be a bigger result, right? Bigger points difference there.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone is just so relieved, right, that they managed to put that over the line.
My heart's not that set off. I love it that they're there, but there was a lot of people heavily, heartily invested into the Fijian side this
I think it's you wouldn't want to see them muck it up. You always feel it's like you want it to be like not an upset if they get knocked out, right? Because they've done so well to get into the position they have. They've beaten big dog Australia, almost Wales, and to a Georgian team that in the previous week drew to Portugal. Like, as a Fiji team, and you want to, people are speaking about potential semi-final in this World Cup, me included, like, you want to be able to put them away, but it did at least show and, give thought to, like, even if you have a bad game, you can still get over the line. So I'm glad they clutched up in the end, and what an offload by the way.
It just showed where Fiji are. There was probably a time when they wouldn't have done that. Their heads might have dropped them. They were very temperamental, and they kind of showed that in a way that they didn't look like they thought they were going to win by arriving. But Georgia certainly arrived, and they just had to dig deep to get that one over the line. And to Council of One Music, a nice name. Yeah, Fiji don't like me favorites. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if they didn't like it, like I said, or did it get to their head or something, because they took them a long time to get into that game, and Georgia were in that fight right to the end. So, yeah. And
weird psyche thing there. I think, it's the predominantly lesser teams, or, like that there. And even Rusty tries to harness that, but more in a psychosocial way, that people are out to get us. Not because we worse at rugby, because they don't want us to win, type of thing. So I think people, it can work both ways, because you can submit to it. Like, let's say Italy did. They're like, okay, well, we're never going to beat the All Blacks anyway, so why are we going to, fight and stop them from scoring their 10th try? Work the other way as well.
Scotland, Romania, we don't have to go. Yeah, I mean, more interestingly, Scotland have beaten Romania higher than Ireland and us and South Africa. If you want to put the facts there, but look, pretty much that was around the points that we were all going to probably rack up against Romania. Job done for Scotland, right? The game again. It's all about Saturday.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
I mean, offensively, Scotland are probably the most exciting and fluid of those, South Africa and Ireland included, and can just kind of turn it on and score, let's say, weird tries, ones that
really good tries. They're momentum side. They need to. They're not great at chasing. That's what I worry about Ireland. But when they have their tails up, they really build up some really great looking tries.
Yeah, but job done.
Yeah, job done. Yeah, Australia-Portugal. I also enjoyed this game because Portugal were well up for it, and Australia were initially, and were grinding the first half. But I think then by halftime they were getting checked out. I think, and the Portugal were going for it. Love the attitude, love that endeavor. I really enjoyed Portugal in this World Cup. Along with Fiji, I've enjoyed Portugal so much. Australia, I mean, God bless. I don't know if we have time we don't need to discuss Australia this one. It's just quite funny that they've had to stick around France just to wallow in their pity they're probably still on holiday, probably on holiday already. But interesting game. I thought Australia would probably beat them by at least 2 scores more than that, but kudos to Portugal, giving them a good fight.
100%. I mean, Portugal has got to be one of the most outstanding performers of this World Cup, right? I'm so excited for them, hopefully, to continue building on this. They so nearly got that win last weekend versus Georgia. And we were actually watching this game while at the Bok Army event. And jeepers, you would have thought, that green part of Portugal was living large in the Bok setup with all our green jerseys on. It was a huge Portugal contingent all of a sudden. no, really great. And yeah, I guess
we'll still. I think Fiji-Portugal this week is also going to be a lacquer game to watch. It's going to be a good
very
one.
much so. And Fiji can't rest on their laurels.
Yeah. And this is actually a nice segue because we'll go on to the books. Actually, you were there, as you said. Return of the prodigal son, King Pollard returns and does his thing. Does what Pollard does. Look, we were always probably going to have front football. I didn't want to say it last week. He was probably always going to look decent. Let's be honest. Obviously, he gets his kicks. That's what he's there for, right? So, but you were there. Yeah, tell us about. I mean, I think again, expected results. Tonga even getting 18 points is pretty good effort there. Really enjoyed their attitude, enjoyed the camaraderie, enjoyed the atmosphere. I must admit, I had to rewatch this one on Monday because this old man fell asleep during the game. But what I saw up in the first half, it was good. But I rewatched it, and it all went to plan, didn't it? And yeah, tell us how did you think it went?
Yeah, job done. All eyes were on the fly halves, right? The rest of the positions were largely, very predictable, and it was exactly that. I'm really glad that Pollard could come back for this type of game. I still don't think he'll start in the knockout games. I think he'll be off the bench, but yes, he'll be there for probably his kicking. But you still need to have the ball in hand come the 65th minute onwards, right? And he needed that game time. He needed to show what he could do, and thank goodness he's like knocking over kicks, and as did Money, right? Like the stadium, or at least the Bok contingent, were lapping it up. It was just it was like everything, as I'm sure it was for the New Zealand game, right? Because there were the worries, and then he goes 100%, and then there's 50, and then 100%.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh on Pollard. I want him to do it. It's only going to be good for us if he's, doing his thing, and he did. And I watched him. He looked good. He looked fluid. He looked fresh. He looked right. He looks ready to go. Good. Like for me, as long as both of them are in the 23, I feel comfortable. Yeah. I mean, Pollard has to. If it's going to be one or the other, if Pollard's, you just feel that Nineveh's going to go with Pollard for knockout World Cup knockout rugby, right? I don't know. Even though I still feel, you think he's going to? Yeah. Well, we're gonna. I want to go into who we think is going to play in the quarterfinal. Or we assuming we are going to be in the quarterfinal, right? But just to finish off the Tongas, anyone else in the Tonga? Any comments on the Tonga guys, the players? Anyone that stuck out for you? I think Moody had a much better game than his previous outing against Romania. It's such a pity that he's got Didier in front of him because he's super awesome. Yeah, we got any other comments on the guys?
Yeah, I think Ken had a really good game. Again, I think he, as a wing, he didn't even have to pass, so I think still learning how to offload a little bit more. But I mean, he's such a good finisher that he kind of gets away with it. I really enjoyed watching Reinach. He's been electric. He's had a really great World Cup. He actually has moved what everyone assumed was our fourth choice to seems like our second now, which has been actually something that I don't think many would have predicted. Mr. Chris.
I'm going to say this again. He's been our best scrum of the last 5 years. But Faf's just the way Faf plays. I'm not saying, I love Reinach. I love Faf as well, but I think Reinach adds just a little bit more value.
Yeah, I think it's especially if we're going 6-2 with Pollard as the extra. Everyone says that Reinach Pollard connection works, right? They've played club rugby together overseas, so it'll be interesting with the 6-2, or assuming Pollard makes our bench, or unless Pollard starts. Let's just assume that, because there's so many possibilities. I imagine he's still going to be our second choice, unless they're bringing in Grant Williams for extra cover on the wing. Yes, they're there. But otherwise, Tongan captain, their bigger prop. Oh, he was phenomenal. And they showed real fight, and I mean, you could feel the physicality from the stands, and I wasn't on the touchline. Let me tell you, it was a tough encounter.
Yeah, no, it was a good, yeah, it was a great
And
game there.
really sad for Makazole, by the way.
Yeah, that is crap. That's not a nice one for him.
It
Yeah.
feels a bit like Spoon Corsi at the last World Cup, where it's like you're not getting dropped because you're a bad player. It's just unfortunate that there's so much depth that you aren't making the team.
Well, yeah, and it's not. And I love my pimps, and I want him to be there, and I hope he could have been there, right? But it's unfortunate. Just like we said, Mark's going down felt like a big gut punch, right? Like a big Unfortunately, with pimps, we have so much great cover in that position, so it's so sad for him, but not the biggest issue for the Springboks, right?
For the player than
what
the outcome might be for the Boks,
because he's stuck around. I mean, he hasn't been, the starting choice for a while, but he's still been around. He's still fighting. And that's why we all love and respect what that guy does. I think that's a good segue. Obviously the Boks aren't playing this weekend, but we have the return of Lucky Lakwaya is back in the fold, and there's some rumors that he might even be featuring on the match day. Yeah, there's been talk of that. He might go in. I don't know what to make of that, because I'm going to be honest. I don't think he was playing great rugby before that injury. I know he's a great player and he's done amazing. I just don't even think he was our first choice 13 even before he got injured. So for me, my picking order is still Moody at 13 and Creel next up. But if he comes in, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't think now it's happened. I think too late. Whereas Pollard happened, they could give him the game versus Tonga, right? There are no games we are now given. It's quarterfinal versus the host nation, a semi-final, and in a final. These are not.
Oh, I think we've lost Scotty.
Sorry.
Oh no, it could be me. I think we're back. Are you back?
I've got you loud and clear. Just
I think I lost you. It's good. It's good. Carry on.
Cool.
Carry on, mate.
No,
yeah.
I was just saying, we're in the knockout stage now. This is no testing ground.
I agree.
For what might or may not work. Creel, although hasn't necessarily shown the form that he had in the build-up to the World Cup, has still been good enough, I think, to hold his place. And again, I don't think they're going to be changing much. And if not, Moody's good enough to be there, and he's more versatile. He can play better at that and wing. Lucanio's there. I think if there's something that goes wrong, he can slip in, and rather that than a promising 13 but doesn't know the structure of the box. He knows everything, like the back of his hand, and he can put in, let's say, a 75% performance, and that's fine. If we really require it later on in the tournament, maybe he plays the semi-final or final, but it's more based on his knowledge of the Springboks than I think the assumption he's going to be.
I agree. I think it will be a massive risk to play him straight away in a World Cup quarterfinal. I think it'll be a stupid decision. Okay, if you're going to bring him in, you're not going to play him. Well, you haven't. Then what you brought him in? It seems like they maybe brought him in just because it is Arm and he's experienced and he's been there, and that's a great person to have in the squad. It looks like the guys like him and love him. I agree. I would be. I don't shoot the messenger. It's just what I was reading while I was preparing for the show. But I don't see him being a part of that match day squad. I think quarterfinal, when he hasn't played, how can you take that risk? I don't think it's feasible at all.
Yeah, there are just certain decisions that you feel are more likely to rock the boat than they are to bring a bigger influence to it. And it's not like everyone is speaking about this real gap that we have at 13, like people might be more speaking about at our reserve hooker position, right? No one's speaking of it in that way. It's not a problem that he's solving, much like we don't have at wing. When Makazole went missing, it's not like an alarming issue. So advisory role, but he's there if need be, and he can slot in, and people will have full belief in what he can do, and maybe just a slight worry on what he can produce on just from a business point of view, I guess.
Yeah, well, this topic has brought up some comments, fired up some comments. Arm class is permanent from Albert. He could go to wing. Creel, not a natural wing, so he needs to be 13. Didn't say we won't tamper with the first team, and no way he makes the squad. Acre in that one. Rusty did say he might go in the semi. Okay, so let's not take the risk in the quarter. Let's take the risk at the semi. Sounds good. Because for me, if you're going to bring him, you got to play him at some point, right? And Carter Arm is one of the smartest. Yeah, we know he's smart, but if he's got no knee and no form, like that 13 position, he's going to get eaten alive. France are going to eat him alive if he's not on his front, on his best game.
He definitely can't play. He definitely. I'll be shocked if he plays in the quarterfinal versus France.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we get through that. Like on paper, the opposition will be worse than France. And that's maybe where we'll see him. But again, and also because he would have had more time to recover, obviously a whole extra week. But it would still be surprising if he makes a matchday squad to me. Unless something happens, another injury, like we only have 2 reserves on the bench, at most. We haven't seen a 5-3 split in the box for a very long time. And unless we are willing to ditch the bomb squad now because of Malcolm Marx, maybe that's a part of the discussion.
Well, Marx has disrupted. I've been saying that we can also he's so crucial to just the team and dynamic in general, from 1 to bomb squad, and I think he's a big factor. Do you see any other surprises? I really don't like counting our chickens before they hatched. Yeah, but talking about a quarterfinal. But do you sense any other surprises? Any else that might come in? Maybe Dwayne Vermeulen, that. I mean, I think the starting. I think that the first team in inverted commas, if you want to call it, is pretty set. I think we pretty much know who that starts in 15. Except you call in LeBook. If we get to quarterfinal, LeBook starting at 10, not the other way around. Start Handre, hopefully build up some lead, and LeBook.
I still think LeBook starts at 10. That's what I think they'll pick, and what I hope they'll pick. And I think probably the one that's most not confusing, but up in the air would be, I think, Vermeulen Visa, because I really think that Dwayne brings a lot of experience in the latter half of the game. And I think is now was a player that used to play the full 80 and now doesn't have the legs, but his presence on the field, particularly, as I said, in the latter half of the game, I think he's a better captain than an influence on the players, and has a bit calmer than maybe Bongi. Not that Bongi isn't good. I just think that he's a bit more of a been there, done it. And so I don't know who he necessarily replaces on the bench. But I think I can't imagine Dwayne. It's going back to those people who have performed on the bigger stages over and over again. You're talking about the guy who got the man of the match at the World Cup final. He's a big time player. He knows how to get it done. I think he's going to be on the bench. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure who exactly he is that he'll be replacing.
All right, I think. Yeah, let's wait for the weekend, and that will this also segues quite nicely into what the hell's going on here, Scotty.
Listen,
is this real? Is this happening?
Sharing a croissant.
Are they sharing? Yeah, they look like they're having a nice friendly chat, about life and their partners and where they're going to go on holiday after the World Cup. No, that's the only stuff they're talking about here, right?
How to make sure that they are both have a bonus point and they win, and that Scotland wins by 8, something that's never been done before. That Scotland have never won, by more than I think 7 since 2001. But this weekend,
but I think we can, guys. I think we know that this pitch is old, Scotty. I think this is not the latest.
Unless
it's good fun.
Unless Andy Farrell can grow a beard, faster than any known human being before. I think it's been told that it is. So nobody worry in the conversation.
well, let's lead in. Yeah, well, let's lead into the big game bar in the Japan Odds and game. This is the obviously this is the marquee game, isn't it? This is the big game of the weekend. So here's the Irish team. Said I don't think pretty much that's full strength, right? That's the team that ran out against us, I believe.
Yeah, I think it
pretty
is.
much. You have to go full strength. So any comments there on the team? Obviously, I think we expected this, right? It's a must-win game.
I don't think Dan Sheenan started against us.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, they were calling for him. Yeah, that's right.
So it's full strength, and Ireland have gone full strength pretty much every single game. And they've been one of the only teams not to be rocked by injuries or major concerns. So again, firing, they're gonna want to take some confidence. I think that they get the job done. But who knows? So it should be a cracking game.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, what's your prediction? Yeah, I just don't see anything less than an Ireland between 10 and 20 point win. Probably, I think classes that Irish team has got they're just too good. Scotland are good as well, but I mean, as we talked, they've got I love their backline. Everyone who knows me knows I love you, Jones, too much. But we just spoke about Hamish Watson not even making the side. They're going for a bit more. They're going for a 6-2 split, and it looks like they're going to go for one last hurrah in the last 20 with a power game there. With the reserves they've called there. But I love Scotland. I just think where Ireland are, what they've got to lose if they lose this game, they're going to be switched on. I mean, Scotland might run them close for a while, like they did at Murrayfield. I think it was this season at Murrayfield where they were running them pretty close for a while. But Ireland went to the next gear and still Scotland, and that was it. I think the same thing will happen.
For sure. I think at the end of the day, a lot more things have to go right for Scotland for them to get a result out of this. And Ireland need to go through the paces and play well. Of course, they need to play well. This is no walk in the park versus a tier 2 nation. This is a Scotland team, which is going into the World Cup, we're saying 5th in the world, right? So by that logic, they were at least making the quarterfinals and probably the semis if the draw was done maybe a little more equitably. But a strong team on both sides. I really, it's that Irish front pack is it's incredibly strong. We saw what they uphold a 7-1 South African split. And they managed to do that and hold us out there. So 6-2, I think maybe they're trying to bolster that. Maybe try to win a couple more penalties. Finn Russell's going to have to kick everything over, and they're going to have that back line, which is it's such an exciting back line. I really love watching them. They're amazing. I'd love to see them in this. I mean, it is a knockout game, right? At the end of the day, but it doesn't have that same feeling in the air. You say group stage compared to quarterfinal, but at the end of the day, let's call it a round of 16 because it is that. I don't think Ireland by that many though. To be honest, I think less than 10.
Oh yeah, okay. But
Ireland by 8.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, and comments also on Jamie Ritchie as captain. There's some talk that he could be even the Lions captain come Australia time. He's been quite inspirational captain for them. I really also enjoyed his attitude. It doesn't look like a big physical, exteriorly, but obviously he's got the heart of a lion like all these guys do. But I really enjoyed him. He's captain in this side.
For sure, he gets behind. I think people gravitate towards him. It seems like a very close-knit team. They clearly respect him. I guess the Lions pick was whether he is will be the Lions starting 6 come the next tour, or if he's that big enough of a figure that it warrants his pick over any other 6 that would challenge him. But no, he's quality, and I think kudos to this Scotland team where previously maybe it felt like a handful of players, maybe 3-4 really star players were pulling them through. This it feels like a really strong team, which you couldn't always say about.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talk that this is actually quite hard for Scotland, isn't it? Because there's a lot of talk about the group that's coming through. Their age group teams are not strong at all, and this is probably probably one of the strongest Scottish sides. You could probably say the side was stronger than their last Grand Slam winning one back in I think it was 1990. And this team would be finishing top of those other pools with no doubt. They'll be top of the pool
for sure.
And going, you know, it's just so it's gut wrenching. It's gut wrenching for them that this has happened to them. But this team deserved better. Hey, they beat Scotland. They beat Ireland.
Yeah, 100%.
Jeez, like, imagine, eh? Yeah.
World Cups are not places for what teams should deserve or should get. It's about what you earn on the pitch. So, you know, that would make me happier than Scotland getting through the quarter.
Yeah, but I'm 98. Yeah, I'm 99. Yeah, I'm 98.999% sure that Ireland are not going to lose this game. I just can't. I think it's just too much. Anyway, we can move on to, actually, before we go there, I want to go into the betting. Betting said with Boyles and myself, we've been running this betting segment for the last 6 months, and we've been cruising on pretty all right, actually. We're on to about 12 winning selections out of 13, if you include the leans, which don't get added to this record, but quite nice to mention that we're on quite a run there. And last week we had Fiji, Georgia second half with Argentina, Chile second half, highest scoring double at a nice price. And that was pretty comfortable in there. I was calling it Fiji, tight game. Second half's Fiji are quite solid. And I thought Argentina, Chile Argentina started hot, and then we had a nice quiet 20 minutes, which was what the bet needed, because cooled down the first half scoring, and then obviously Argentina got too strong in the second half, and Chile got some points. So, hey, we over the line again there, and we up to a cool 26.26 units profit at 64% return on investment. So, yeah, pretty chuffed with that record. If you guys are following, so we're using BOYLESPORTS as our odds quota, yeah, bookmaker of choice, obviously sponsoring us in this campaign, and we're very grateful. So please, if you want to join Boyles, click on the link in the comments, and you'll get a sign up bonus, nice R1,000 welcome sign up bonus. And I'll be honest, as knowing South African bookies, some of the best odds are on Boyles for rugby at the moment. They're giving some good value there. So take a look if you are into it. And this week, we're going from, I've called Ireland win here. I really don't see Ireland not winning this game. An Ireland win with France and Italy as the highest scoring, the second half being the highest scoring half there, because I anticipate a hot Italian start, and I think France are pretty solid anyway at home on defense. I think Italy keep this tight. Italy are quite a notorious good first half team, actually, for punting. So I think Italy have got a lot to prove. This is their last chance saloon to prove that they're any good for any reason. So let them have a good first half, and then I think the second half we'll see some more points come in there. So the doubles at about just over even 3 units. We're getting a little bit more juicy on the units because we've got some profit to play with there. So that's the double for the week. But Scotty, let's go on to the final week for the World Cup this year. Starting on Pool A and the scenarios. Obviously, New Zealand play Uruguay this evening in 20 minutes time. So I'm sure some people have got one eye on the build up there. France play Italy tomorrow. It is. New Zealand win, obviously, they're through. Probably expect them to be through. And then almost basically a winner takes all between France and Italy. So if Italy win, they do go through because France didn't get that bonus point they needed. So, yeah, what's your predictions? I think we know New Zealand are going to be pretty all right tonight. What's your prediction with France and Italy?
I think France, very simple winners. They've put out a very strong team for it. I don't see Italy causing them troubles. And unfortunately, they just haven't shown enough to excite me against the big teams. But I'd love to be proven wrong. There's nothing more than I love being proven wrong when hedging my bet on a big team.
Do you have a score prediction?
Let's say France by 30 at a canter.
Oh, wow. See, this is the type of game I see Italy up for it and actually getting some of their basics right here. And I think they're giving France a little bit of a rough ride. I think France will be comfortable in the end, but bookies I think got over 20 odd, just under 20 points. I would say that's about right. But I think it could be like 15 points. I think it could be like a France 15 points win, yeah.
Listen, the French will be nervous, hey? They'll be nervous because there's talent in that Italian team. There's real talent, and there's promise in some of their players. It's just
but it's going to be France. What France arrives at the end of the day. Like if France are coming in and a little bit green, or a little bit cold, and Italy up for it, France can make this a long day for themselves. But if they come in focused, they should win comfortably, right?
If Italy managed to almost get a try and then almost pull like an England versus Argentina, just almost starts just dropping 3 points, and then cynical mistake after cynical mistakes, that they like, if they can put on some scoreboard pressure, maybe we'll see it get interesting. But I just think even if that happens, they should get it comfortable into the game and put them away. There's just too much talent there for me in the French team.
Yeah. We'll move on to Pool B. We've discussed this already. I've just put the pools in the orders of pools. What we discussed, Scotland, Ireland, basically. Yeah, Scotland need to win by 8, right? 8 or more to go through. Some other scenarios, but I think let's focus on Scotland actually managing to win by more than 8. Not going to happen, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I just think even if they're winning by 8 with then both teams having to get a bonus point, we're talking some radical numbers. And to be fair, if that's how the Basques get knocked out of the World Cup, would be the kind of the best way to see it happen.
Yeah. All right, Pool C. This is juicy. I say, I've enjoyed this pool actually. This will be one of the better pools to follow.
So good.
Yeah. So Fiji, basically, Fiji win go through. Obviously, we know that. I think it's going to be a fun game though. So, like we said, I think it's going to be a good fun game to watch. But maybe I wouldn't be surprised if Fiji drop it now. That would probably be very typical Fiji. But I think they're too good at this stage. They just got to focus. I think they kind of got a lot to say about their coach and their captain at that moment. So I was at the Twickenham game and I was so impressed with the attitude and with the guys at the press conference and the players. They just again, culture. Like England looked like they were in hell, and then Fiji looked like they were having the best time of their life. And you could just see that filter through, even like when you got close to them. So don't see any issues there. What could be interesting is Wales-Georgia, because this is a game Wales love to, I'm going to use the if around in. They're going to probably win, but I have a feeling that all Georgia are going to make this Wales team sweat a little bit. Wales will go through. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Wales have...
Well, Wales are through though, anyway, right?
Wales are through. They're fine. They don't.
But the thing is, I'm just thinking now. I'm also putting my punters hat here. I don't think this. What I'm saying is, I don't think this is a foregone conclusion. Wales, nice big win. That's my point.
And to be fair, I don't think either of the games are like.
Yeah.
I don't want to put my what's going to be great at Fiji-Portugal. You're looking at two teams that like. Well, Portugal at least have shown this World Cup, and Fiji just reputationally play like they have nothing to lose, and they just go hammer and tong, and throw themselves at everything, and they're not afraid to do that, which is just going to set itself in an amazing game. I think Fiji will pull it off, and I'd love them to, but Portugal are not. They never have been backing down. They try to run it from their own 22 versus Wales versus Australia. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think Wales, Georgia. Thank goodness Georgia showed the fight that they did against Fiji, and at least that Wales know now that they're still not going to have to bring an A game to beat them. It's not just a fact of maybe Georgia being that horrible, although I don't think they've been good. It's also just Portugal have been decent, as Wales also found out. Remember, Wales also had a bit of a testing game versus Portugal. Portugal have actually been one of the stand-up teams of this entire tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Let's actually go to the final pool because this what happens here will obviously ultimately predict will make what the quarterfinals are going to be. England, Samoa, as we know, England are. I think they're good as top. I believe Samoa.
Yeah.
Samoa. As I said, Samoa. I think it's the type of game that kind of, if they go down by 2 scores, they're going to check out. In my opinion, I don't think they're going to. I think England have one team that also on a nice little upward. I don't really know where England are because the games have been so weird.
Yeah.
So it feels like they're doing so well, but it feels like it could be a false positive. But we'll have to see.
It was almost like after the Argentina game, it was like amazing, but no one really knows what to compare them to otherwise.
No, there's not compared to the last year. Like I don't know where to place that game and them because what happened with Chile was expected, and Japan as well was probably a right form result there.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't blow them away, but you think of. I just look back to that South Africa Ireland game. You just can't see. I can't see England competing on that level. I think it's just too soon. A weird mix where they can cause weird upsets and get people to play in the wrong type of way, maybe like the Argentina game, and a couple people flashing in the pan here and there. But whether that can carry them, past the semi-final, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, but in saying that, we got Japan, Argentina. Some people are calling Japan might win this game. Where are you? Yeah,
I think I think Argentina.
You hesitated. You hesitated because it would have been Argentina with no blink of an eye 4 weeks ago. But now we hesitated.
100%. I think this Japan team was very unconvincing coming into the World Cup, right? And then all of a sudden, Michael Leach has been immaculate at his age. He's played incredible rugby, and I mean the kicker who knocks it with a knuckleball every single time looks like he should never go over. I don't think he's missed maybe one kick the entire World Cup. They're gelling and they've always got the fight in them. I think Argentina just luckily recovered from that stumble against England. I think they have. On paper, they should win. I think they will, but I think it's going to be a really, really close game. I think it could be within. I'm going to say Argentina by 5.
Yeah, I think Argentina just haven't showed. It just feels like a game that they can rope Japan in. Well, Japan can rope them into a little bit of a dogfight, and then it could get squeaky bum and sweaty for the RGs there. I also do think. They just got enough class and ability. They are the better side, and they just need to apply themselves and get the damn job done. But then that takes us to our quarterfinal lineup because we could pretty much then we know that's going to be England, Fiji, probably, and Argentina, Wales. Interesting quarterfinals. Rematch England, Fiji. Surely England. I know we all want Fiji to win, and I'd love Fiji to win, but I don't. I'm a believer of grudge games in rugby, just like that New Zealand quarterfinal with Ireland will be. I think England will probably take Fiji in the quarter. What do you think? England will take Fiji in the quarter,
yeah. And this is, I'm a big heart over head at certain times. So I'm gonna just, play the devil's advocate. I'm gonna go Fiji.
Oh, good man.
I think there's a little bit more they have head in the game, and they slipped up for 20 minutes versus Wales, and Wales punished them, even maybe more like half an hour to a half of rugby, and Wales punished them. But even then they almost got the job done in quite a tough game. I don't think England are that much better than Wales and Australia, if we're being honest. Like they're coming right, but not that right that I don't think Wales are capable of beating them. And I really bloody want Fiji to win, so I'm going to speak it into existence.
Yeah, and Wales, Argentina, I'm going to back this. I like what I've seen from Wales when they've put what they've done against, even what they did against Fiji was pretty good at times there. I think they got probably some lack of the green as well, but they put that game was pretty much put to bed with 10 minutes to go. Okay, they could have lost it if the guy caught the ball at the end there. But I think And then obviously, Wales, I mean, okay, then we sit there, how do we compare that to Australia? But
Yeah, it's like,
with
oh,
Wales,
Australia is
this
that
look,
bad.
but that it just looks more back to Gatlin Wales. That was one of my comments. Remember, they were Wales and the Gatlin were really good, really solid. Could have won last World Cup. Let's be fair. If Pollard misses that penalty, they've won couple Grand Slams under him. Then Pivak got loose. Wales territory's under a whole lot of issues, but the Gatlin footprint is coming back there. I just don't know if they have. It's not a vintage Wales side, and is it too late? But I still think they're past Argentina at the quarterfinal.
I think Wales is peaked to the semi-final. Like, this is still the team that the Box gave, I think, like 67-2. I was at that game in Cardiff, and that's a Box that ran rampant against pretty much a full-strength team of theirs. But since then, it seemed like they've managed to really give in some fight and dig, and that showed in that first Fiji game. But not only just getting away with maybe, digging wins, but they put to bed Australia. They really said, we don't care if this is going to be your biggest shock defeat in a World Cup ever. We are going to put you to the sword. We're going to give you 40. And there was a little worry, I'm sure, amongst many, including me, when Bigger went off. But Gareth Anscombe had a hell of a game. He's great with the kicker of the ball. He's solid, and I think there's unison there, which doesn't matter at the end of the day. So I also think they'll beat Argentina, but again, I think it's within 5. It's close.
I do enjoy this coming from Albert. England might beat Wales for boring. Yeah, you're right. I mean, those 2 warm-up matches were something else to behold. Jeepers crow.
Yeah.
That leads us to the World Cup. I don't think you have anything, if you want to add anything for this weekend, but I'm looking forward to the final round. But we have 2 hot topics that we mentioned. Let's save the doping for last. Let's save the best for last, should we? Or should we start with doping and go on to how we see, because we talked about Fiji now and the justification of them for a Rugby Championship, or what a Rugby Championship could look going forward. Box into 6 nations, which that is coming. That's going to come. Even though no one's going to like
6 nations.
Eventually they will, yeah. It's just too commercially not. It has to happen money-wise.
Albert has said let's speak about the doping. So let's touch on that.
Let's do doping.
Jesse Creel has no.
So the Yankees failed again. Marks didn't break his knee. Didn't hurt his knee. That's a fake. Yeah. So what do we think? So, okay, we need to lay the groundwork, so, right? No one's been caught doping in the Springbok side, so that's one. This is an overarching sports committee, South African sports committee, or government agent, the guys here, but whatever they're called, haven't complied with the doping agencies, which everyone should be complying. Obviously, naturally, you are compliant, and you march on. But of course, we have not gone through the rights. We haven't been validated. What's the right word? We haven't done the right protocols. We have a breach of all of that. We have not done it. We are way late. But this affects all sports, not just rugby. But 2 things here. How the hell have we got here? 2, how does this affect us? Obviously, it's come out now, which is quite interesting. I'm not going to say the word conspiracy, that it's a legitimate unsettler for the books, but it's obviously not, because it's been going for a long time, and the time seems to be up. That's coincide with the World Cup.
Yeah.
What do you feel about it? What's your thoughts here? Because there's gonna be people that are gonna judge the books purely. They're not gonna read the whole context and know what's going on. People have put us in a bad light for possibly doping and cheating before, and they're just gonna go, there we go, cheaters. Not ideal for anyone that this has come out now, right?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the release has got nothing to do with the practices of how South African sports associations test our players, right? So we aren't doing anything from a practical point of view differently to the way we should be doing it. The fact of the matter is that on paper, we have to have a policy in line that matches what the world expects from us from a nation competing in these big events. And this was updated, I think, in early 2022 or 2021, and the policy that is within the South African sporting system, it does not match the correct criteria for that, and it's much more paperwork than it is physical. Obviously, you have to meet this criteria, but it's not a case of, oh, the Boks actually haven't got tested for steroids in 2 years. It's not that. They obviously have to. There are also these bodies that exist in world rugby and just internally within South African rugby at club level. This is a piece of paper that unfortunately from a government and body of sport point of view hasn't been ticked off. And there was a warning sign that of this coming. It was released on April the 16th this year by the Daily Maverick, and they said South African athletics teams, cricketing teams, rugby teams, all might have to perform outside of underneath the South African banner as a result of this. This was in April. And again, like, we have been up until now. If we didn't, we wouldn't be allowed into these events. But it's merely something that getting over the line. Apparently, it's being processed. I think they can get it done. But
yeah,
it's just a classic headache. That's for no reason.
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to allude to, probably not as eloquently as Albert has said, and this is what I worry about because of hearing. I've been as you might have been. There are fans, rugby fans, that will undercover their breath or say, "Oh, the Boks are big because they're dope. They're dope at school and they cheat and blah blah blah." They say that. They want to say that. They don't say it out loud, but it's been something that's been simmering. It's been around. And this is going to, like, world media and probably fans start calling Boks cheats and dopers, or can the Boks management prove it's not about the Boks doping? You would hope, I assume the Boks get randomly tested. I'm sure they do, like every team. I'm sure the guys get put forward to be tested. So I don't think it's, I wouldn't believe anyone's deliberately doping and cheating the system. But this is going to, if we do progress, and I put my hands up, I don't think we've been in France, but if we do progress and we start winning, is this going to rear its ugly head? And I think there's certainly going to be factions of the media that are going to go hard at the Boks.
Yeah, they're going to, and in a way, thank goodness we aren't playing a quarterfinal this weekend, because it would have just gone berserk if we were, and people would be running with it. But I think, as Albert said, this is a government body that's dropped the ball. This is not the players. This is not the staff. Perhaps Saru could have been pushing harder, but it's not a Saru issue.
But there's only two people in the world, two countries, I think it was Bermuda and us. Like, how can you not, unless you're really that incompetent, like really dumbass, how can you not, unless someone's going to say, well, what you hiding, potentially, Yeah. So it's gonna open up all of this Pandora's box, and it's just, it's just such terrible time. It just mind actually boggles. Like Stevie says, it's such a South African story. It's so South African. Like, I mean, we can't. It's actual piss up. You can't organize a piss up in a brewery. Those guys at the moment,
Yeah, and I don't see it. If they don't get it sorted, and we can't sing, we can't play under the banner, and we can't have our flag on our chest, and we can't sing the national anthem, that's actually the only way I see it really getting to us. I don't think the media outcry will. I don't think this Bok team, they know their stuff. They know they aren't the ones in the wrong. They haven't been cheating the rules. So if it gets to that point, I think they can. That's when they might internalize it. But until then, hopefully we can just get bloody paperwork done. As you said, these Oaks, we've kind of, at least we can fall back on the chance that, there are other parts of our government that are also, less than competent. It's not like we are a perfectly put together nation without an existing problem ever, except this one, because then that would raise eyebrows. But it's like, I see campers. We haven't done this, that's the thing that we haven't done. It's not our preparation. It's like, something completely out of the Springbok camp's control.
Correct, and the campus comment here, and this is also typically South African, the government, as we know, it's about the word, and the government said it doesn't align with our constitution. That's their typical attitude. That is their attitude. That's the problem. They have this attitude that they know better, they're better than everyone. It's all power struggle. That's what it is, and they want to change. But the thing is, why? Like for me, why? Surely the first thing you do is do this right to protect. That's your job. This is literally, you had one job, bro. Get this right. Protect our South African sports, and this is just not what the books will need. But maybe it also galvanize them. But I mean, I don't believe it's going to get to that we're going to be not playing under our flag and all that. But it's going to cause a palaver. Hopefully it galvanizes us in a way as well. The books as well. Hopefully, yeah. I don't see it affecting the books. I think we also affected. I don't see this book team being affected by stuff like this.
No. There's so much nonsense chat as including us. We speak a lot and we chat a lot. They know how to ward off a duck's back, and maybe that's less internal, but at least outwardly facing, which means we believe that they're not doing that's not affecting them, and until it shows in their performance and really emotionally, which none of them have, it's I expect it to be the exact same. They built a reputation of that, not acting out, and just jumping against the one oak on Twitter, essentially bar Russie. But everyone knows that that's kind of his role. You compensate for the rest of us. You can be our voice. Let them attack you because you're not on the field trying to kick a goal in the 97th minute. Let the attention go on him. So he'll probably have something to say, and if anything, like in some reasons I'm like bummed, but otherwise, thank goodness there isn't a press conference this week, because there would have been words and kind of clickbait with things going on there.
See, we here for the fans, bro. Let me do something. Yeah, can we? Okay, you see. We're here for the fans. Here's a score update, guys. There we go. It's 0-0 after 4 minutes. We'll keep it live. I'm here for I'm here for the people. I'm here to give out winning bets and good love, good vibes, and content here, right? So yeah, there we go. There's a live score for you guys. If you are worried, I'm sure everyone's got half. They probably got half. The TV's on already anyway. So, but anyway, Scotty, I know. Yeah, I love this topic about championships, and like I said, that's South Africa to be possibly. Okay, I'll say possibly, but I still think it's down the line. But that's because, let me just hear me out. I'm a believer in a universal World Rugby calendar, universal calendar. I think we got to get to that point. And I've got with international, for me, I feel there's got to be 2 tiers going on all the time. And I love the relegation promotion vibe. Like, have a tier 1 Six Nations, tier 2 Six Nations, play it at the same time, promotion relegation all the time, including South Africa. So if South Africa make it, they're there. But there's a promotion relegation fight always going on. But I would love to see, like let's say when Georgia's versus Portugal's in a tier 2 Six Nations type of environment. I love that. Rugby Championship, I would love to see at least Fiji and even Japan bring it up to like a 5. If South Africa aren't there, obviously if South Africa are there, but bring it up to like a Six Nations, but Rugby Championship, but a Six Nations Southern Hemisphere. I think we should bring in more than just Fiji. I think it should go up to 5 or 6. So yeah, what's your?
Yeah, I think the only difficulty is in increasing. It'll increase the amount of games played. The Six Nations aren't playing home and away every single time, right? So that's what the Rugby Championship has. So I think I like the idea of a relegation at least earning a spot to play in it. I think I'd love to see at least one more nation in Fiji, be rewarded with something like that. But there just has to be some sort of a way that these smaller nations can, get boosted out of these existing incredibly well watched, and even the Rugby World Cup, because Portugal is playing under the banner of the Rugby World Cup. I'm watching. I'm much less likely to watch a friendly of Georgia versus Portugal.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Because if I'm seeing Six Nations associated to Portugal, Georgia, I'm then again much more likely to watch. So I think they can hopefully just piggyback off of at least the marketing and the brand associated to it, even if it's not necessarily competing on the biggest stage. Yes, I like the idea of a promotion and relegation and earning that spot, and and then we would have lost theirs a long time ago. I think everyone can agree, but it's needs to be a way at least of getting money into the nations and get them playing.
Yeah, and maybe it's not even a yearly promotion relegation. Maybe it's a bi-year. Every 2 years it happens. So it still gives them times to develop players, have the level, play at that level. Because I suppose there's no point going playing 3 big games. Yeah, and then have 3 big games and you're back into a lower. So it's like, so maybe it's a comment, but I do think that, I know it's not everyone's up for that. They're trying to spread the love but the lower teams need to play, and they are playing their lower levels, but there's still going to be a carrot. They're still going to have an opportunity, some motivation to get somewhere, because they feel they're just going to be forgotten down there at 15th, ranked 15th in the world, and make the odd World Cup appearance and get smashed. I don't think that's good for anyone. I want people to know who Portugal is, Portugal players are when they come in, into the World Cup. So we only hear and talk about them now. I would love a platform and a competition where they can show that. And going to your Fiji point, you're right. Obviously, Fiji and Jurors, we've spoken about this, and we said that with the Jaguars, with Argentina. When Jaguars went all the way to the final against Crusaders, RGs were arguably the best they've ever been. Dropped off the level a little bit because those players are not playing that level as often as now the Juror. So I agree. Fiji are proving themselves, and I think a natural progression for Fiji rugby, Juror, pop them into the championship. It would only keep that level, keep that motivation, keep that level going. I would have no qualms with the Fiji being added into the Rugby Championship at all.
Especially like given the decline, like you hate to say it, but of Australian rugby, like apparently they've got I think it's a 40% win rate since 2015. I mean, that is shocking. That's really bad. They've given probably South Africa and New Zealand a run for their money a couple times since then, maybe once or twice. And those have been obviously big teams since 2015. South Africa really actually only at the latter half since 2018. But like this, it's not actually, if we're looking at that stat, it's not completely based on merit. I'm sure Fiji has a very similar stat. So if you're saying you're just giving out freebies, you're actually not. I'm sure Argentina is much better than Australia. It's just because Australia have the reputational aspect of it, and they have the structure in place to be great. But the only way you give other people that opportunity is to give them a structure of a tournament to impact it. And then all of a sudden, these boards within Fijian rugby have incentives to work towards, not just once every 4 years, have something meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. Championship becomes a Southern Hemisphere Six Nations, 2-tiered Six Nations, maybe even a 2-tiered Rugby Championship, because we can't forget all the Tongans and Samoa as well. They should also be considered. Anyway, Scotty, we've had a good time, good show. We've rolled on into the second hour. We've got through a lot, so I appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed talking with you as usual, going through all the weeks. So I think next weekend is what we iron out. I'd love to be in Paris for the 2 quarterfinals. Even I'm try to get a ticket. If I don't get a ticket, I'd still love to be there just for the vibe, Because you could have said, even you were there with my set. You just being there is amazing, right?
World class.
All right, Scotty.
Thanks for the show, Christy. That was
thanks. Lekker, man. There's New Zealand finally scored their first try. I was getting a bit worried what's going on there. But thank you, everyone on the live chat. It's been great comments. Really, really appreciate your involvement and adding value to the show. And we have a great weekend. Enjoy the last pool rounds, and we'll see you guys all next week. Cheers, have a good one. Cheers.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello, this is the last match after 3 intense matches against high-level teams, just like Fiji, kind of predictable, and that could be a tough game, or everything can happen, right? Yes, indeed, everything can happen in terms of great matches regarding tactical, and can be a great show as well. And I think in tactical level we did our we worked hard, we did our job. We fought hard since the very first week, so at some point it could be a mess on the pitch, but it will be a great challenge for our team. We will need to take control on the match. I think we missed something during the last match. We were missing some players, but this is part of our growth. We need to evolve and not making the same mistakes, otherwise we would not learn anything. But we had some control over the match, but that took the possibility to win the match at the last minute, and this is something we're going to we have and we must take into account for this match to come, and not to lose control over this match. And I think this way would be able to win against Fiji. The destiny brought us back here and to Toulouse, and we had good memories here. Is that opportunity the right one? Well, we will do our best to do so. There are many things in life where one can have some control, but we cannot control everything. So we'll try to control as much as possible what can be controlled. There are some players with individual technical capacities, and even with doing everything that is possible, at some point we cannot control everything, but we do believe in our chances. We were not always 100% satisfied with this almost win. This is not what we want. We need to be more consistent over the 80 minutes. And I say it again, I think we'll we'll have the last 10 or 5 minutes with the opportunity to win the games and the match, and that's exactly what we want. We want to have it in full control. We want to have this full opportunity to win the match. We want to show great rugby, but this is one of our objectives, to win and to grow. And I'm not going to talk about historical, because this is not the end. Every match in a World Cup is important, and this is not the last one. This is a very important one of yours. Obviously, we would like to stay longer. We want that high level of competition. The players are training and working hard, and they are going to really appreciate this level of the competition. And as I said, we want to win. We are going to do our best to do so. But we do not want only to bring the show. We would really want to stay focused, because we know we are going to play against a tough, physical Fiji team. The Fijians are fantastic players, and they are the best players of their clubs, of their teams, respectively. And we do want to win that game, obviously. Last question from me. João, this is going to be a very emotional match. This is the last for Patrice and for many other players. Patrice already said it, that he would like to share good moments with the team one more time. And my question is, do you fear that all these emotions can make it a bit more difficult to start the match? Because these last 3 matches created kind of a shell to protect you. Well, no, you know, Patrice has his own character, and he explained us that from the beginning, the way we have to take this match, give our maximum, really enjoy what we have to enjoy within the group, take some decisions that can be difficult for some players. maybe have to have somewhat with to Josh Sebastian Ben, to Manuel Picard, but there are no players who are small players, or we have a great and high quality players in the group. If some players were not chosen, well, they are great players, but we need to be grateful to the players, as they always thought about the collective. They didn't think individually. That's important. Back to your question, I think, I don't think about the emotional aspects precisely, because it's what's happening on the pitch is more important than the individual issues. You know, that there is no space for personal issues in the World Cup. How can I explain you? I mean, I think we gathered all the conditions to perform well, and at this level of the competition, we must be focused on what we are going to do as a collective at the end. After the 80 minutes, yes, we will pay tribute to other players and to Patrice, obviously, because otherwise he would have been mad at us if we wouldn't have been focused on the match, because this is the last match. I think we will celebrate after the match, but we'll pay tribute in the end. But we need to be focused and fully concentrated on the competition, and I think we are mature enough to know that we really need to push forward. And as I said, this World Cup is fantastic. There's no secret. If one makes mistakes, you pay the price. I mean, we are not great enough to make mistakes. We have to accelerate throughout the whole match. While we're talking about Patrice Lagisquet, maybe it's not the end of a cycle, but it's a new page. He built the basis for the Portuguese rugby, so that Portugal has a role to play. I'm not the right person to answer that, but obviously all the work we did is visible work, but behind that there's a long run and hard work. Everything that has been done, even the Lusitano's team and the team B, it's not about thinking about it as a Sunday team. That's not the case. This is an important step for Portuguese rugby, but this is not over. There'll be a follow-up after that, but I'm not the right person to talk about that to you. I think we'll need to really focus on the match. I cannot talk about something I don't control. I don't have the capacity to talk about that. Our focus is Sunday's match. That's our main thing here. This week was not farewell week. That's not the case. I've been asked what I could feel while I was going out of the hotel, and I could say that we are really focusing on the match. We went to another hotel for another competition. Maybe at the end of the match we'll feel things differently, but at the moment that's not the case. These are great teams, and we need to really fully concentrate on our match. Hello, José. The Fijian are playing hard on the backwards and in the back and in forwards as well. How did you prepare yourself? We perfectly know that Fiji has a great capacity at physical level in the forwards as well. We precisely prepared ourselves on that with the Conquer games. And the backs is the very same. We have a lot of talented players to play against Fiji. I think we have on both sides we have great players. About what I was saying about what Patrice said, he would like to share good moments and memories with you, with all the players, one last time. He said he would like to know if you could surprise him. Are you ready to surprise him? And what you are going to do to surprise him? Well, to surprise him, I think we all made our efforts to go until that step, but I think we have to overcome ourselves to surprise him and to surprise all the Portuguese and all the teams. I think individually we need to give our maximum so that the collective, the whole team, can take something from that. Madeira. This match in Toulouse, is it something special for you to play this match in Toulouse? We already had historical results here. You're close to a victory. Yes, that's right. You're feeling great here in Toulouse. Last match we played here was a draw. It was not our objective, but it's historical for the Portuguese rugby, and we really think that all the people here in Toulouse would support us. So we want to create something special here, just like we did last time. All the conditions are here, and we created all these conditions so that we can have a great result here. José, do you feel there is a great energy from the Portuguese diaspora here in France and from Portugal? Do you think there is more and more pressure and more better feeling? Well, thanks for the question. I don't know precisely, but here all the Portuguese diaspora and the Portuguese here are going to support us. In 2019, there was the same. I think in 2023, that would be even bigger, and I do hope that our fans will be behind us on Sunday. A little provocation, if I may. I remember your image against Australia. It looks like you were totally destroyed after the hit. Is it difficult to face this physical challenge as it was against Australia, now against Fiji? We are preparing ourselves since last June to this physical contact. Obviously, the matches are extremely physical matches, and I think we are all doing our best to recover and to get ready on time, but we perfectly know that Fiji is one of the most physical and the most powerful team in our group, in our pool. So obviously we are expecting strong physical impact and fight, but that's the way it is, and we are happy about that. Diogo, your turn now. You have to speak. How does the team feel itself after these physical matches? I think there were 43 minutes against Wales, 38 against Georgia, and 40 against Australia. How does the team feel after such a level of involvement and physical involvement, and how are you going to surprise Patrice in this regard? After those matches, we had some time for recovery. We perfectly used our time throughout the week. our coaches prepared ourselves very well. And after the matches, obviously, we felt tired, but on the match day, we are fully recovered and we are fully ready to play the next match and give everything on the pitch. These are really highly physical matches. We are not necessarily used to play on such a physical level. Maybe we need to play more matches on that level on a more regular basis, precisely to reduce that physical encounter. So I think we show that we are closer and closer to the other high-level teams, and that's precisely what we are going to show tomorrow. Regarding Patrice, we are always going to try and give our best, the best of ourselves. Just like everybody involved with the Portuguese team, we will try to give a great surprise to Patrice, not only to him, but to ourselves as well. If we can give the best version of ourselves and make less mistakes than we did last time, there'll be a great mistake. There'll be a great surprise for everyone. I think we'll give our best from the first to the very last minute of the match. A question to you, Joao. Patrice said that the objectives is that this Portuguese team is a team of heart. Do you think you managed to meet this requirement? Yes, we could feel this human, this atmosphere, this heat, this warmth, and we could feel this human warmth and this from the Portuguese and for all the rugby fans who are here enjoying this World Cup. All the work we did, our rugby, all this commitment that we have for every match, that's precisely what we want to transmit, and we can feel this excitement from everybody, from our supporters, from our fans, and I do hope that tomorrow we all be able to feel it as well.
Leave it. Voilà.
Okay, thank you everyone. We'll go right ahead with this even match briefing ahead of tomorrow's Pool C match here in Toulouse with the team here from Fiji. On the top table we have assistant coach Glenn Jackson and two of tomorrow's starting players, Eroni Maui, Aniswa and Nasila Sila. We'll go straight to questions. Once again, we have interpretation available in English, French and Portuguese for this match. Ask you please to pose your questions in one of those languages and also wait for the microphone and present yourself when invited. First question, please.
Hello, this is Tioshi from Rugby News Service. So, first of all, this is a question to the coaches and players. So, considering that Portugal tied with Georgia, who you guys played against in the previous match, what's your impression on Portugal?
I think they've been one of the revelations of the tournament. I think everyone loves to watch them. They're playing a fantastic style of rugby. I think in terms of attacking foot rugby, they're up there with the best at the moment in the World Cup. So they've had some good results. Obviously, unfortunate one with Georgia around the draw. They could have easily won that game. So we understand in terms of what we're after, this tomorrow is going to be a tough game. It's going to be a good running rugby sort of game. So we've certainly got to be on and make sure we look after our ball.
Here again, please.
Yeah, just on the experience from the last week, going into this week, is there anything that you changed in your preparation this week, or anything that you particularly focused on for this week? I guess for the coaches or players, yeah.
Yes, I think it's quite similar to our preparation as always. We're most focused about this week is just our carry clean, so we need to protect our ball a bit more and try and play our game as much as we can. So that's the most important thing we're trying to focus on this week. So yeah, thank you.
Next question. Front row, please. Front row, please.
Excuse me.
Bonjour, Sophie Pointer, France Télévisions. Une question aux joueurs. Depuis que vous avez commencé cette Coupe du Monde en France, est-ce que vous sentez le soutien de ce public français derrière vous, dans les stades dans lesquels vous jouez? Est-ce que vous sentez un peu que vous êtes forcément avec l'équipe de France, mais aussi un peu une équipe chouchou de ce public français qui vous soutient partout où vous jouez?
Thank you for the question. So yeah, I do think we're pretty much branded everyone's second favorite team. But yeah, the crowds have been awesome. Feels like every game we play in France is another home game. But yeah, we're always stoked to have the crowd behind us. You know, it gives us another man on the field basically. So yeah, thank you.
Ronnie, you played for Saracens. Do you think the experience with Zaris help you in important games such as tomorrow's game versus Portugal?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat your question?
You play for Saracens, a big club, and you played important match with your club. Do you think you have some experience with thanks to this match and thanks to play this game, and do you think that could be important for you tomorrow in an important game for being quarter-final?
Thank you for the question. I would say yes, it's a bit of a good experience since I was Saracens, but club game is always different than international games. So this game is, like we always said, we play every game as a final, so we're trying to just play our game, not the Saracens way, but the Flying Fijian way. So, yeah, looking forward to the game tomorrow, and it's always important to play every game in the World Cup.
This is a question to both the coaches and the players. I think it has been a pretty wholesome experience in the pool match. And what's the team's atmosphere like going into the final pool match at the moment?
Yeah, it's one thing we've worked really hard on is our culture right from day one. I think this is one of the happiest teams I've ever been part of. We've virtually played knockout rugby since the Australians game, so it's great to have the balance of still some really good enjoyment within the boys, but also the competitiveness of this competition and trying to make sure we win every game to keep our hopes alive. So I think if we look back on the end of this tournament, one of the great things we take out of it is how these boys have brought together into the culture and the enjoyment factor of what it's like to be here.
Yeah, the culture is awesome, like Jacko was saying. There's always boys laughing. There's a good vibe going around. We know how big the game is, but it's always good to see how the boys are reacting. We're all happy and all vibing. Yeah, thank you.
More questions in the room this afternoon. Another one here.
Yeah, just another question. So obviously, winning this match is going to be really crucial for you guys to qualify in the quarterfinals. But what does that mean to the Fijian rugby, especially building up from the Fijian drill for a lot of the players?
Yeah, I think for the Fijian drill players, it's just another big step in our journey. You know, the drill was brought in to basically help the younger generations back in Fiji, give them a pathway to flying Fijian. So it's good to see that it's working out. And but yeah, it's good.
Question in the back of the room. Back of the room, please.
Oui, encore une question pour les joueurs. Comment est suivie la Coupe du Monde de rugby chez vous au Fidji? Est-ce que c'est très suivi? Est-ce que vous recevez des messages de soutien? Est-ce qu'il y a beaucoup d'attentes autour de votre performance et cette possibilité d'atteindre pour la 3e fois de leur histoire des phases finales d'une Coupe du Monde de rugby?
Vinaka, there's always loads of expectations coming back from home, but for us, we just like to focus on ourselves as a team, go into this last pool game, and we're not looking ahead to the quarterfinals yet, but trying to focus on this last pool match because this one determines where we go forward. So at the moment, we're just trying to do our thing, play our Fijian rugby, and hope for the win tomorrow. Naka.
During a captain run, you played football. Who is the best football player in the team?
Yeah, I think that's got to be me, eh?
Yes.
Nah, it's Ironi Maui.
No. I would say Elisa and Rosese. Yeah, it's really good. He used to play football, so he knows his way around it. Thank you.
You have any final questions? Here, please.
Yeah, so this is a question to both the coaches and the players. So when you say that you want to play the Fijian rugby, do you think that's something that's peaking in this phase of the pool phase, like going into the quarterfinals? Is it getting to a level where you guys are satisfied, or how's that going at the moment?
I'll tell you at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. It's Fijian way is to enjoy what they're doing. At the moment, I think the boys are really brought into that, and but again, it comes down to a result. So hopefully at 11 o'clock tomorrow night we can answer the question for you.
Time for a couple more questions, if there are any in the room. Don't see any hands raised. In which case, maybe I'll just ask one to all of you. This is the first time you've played here in Toulouse in this tournament. And it will be the final match of the tournament here in Toulouse. What's your impressions after the stadium and the city after this stadium run?
I think France 2023 has done an unbelievable job. We've been lucky enough to be based in Bordeaux, at the Renaissance Hotel, and they were unbelievable. And so to come from Bordeaux, the home of wine and the home of great things, to Toulouse, which is obviously an extremely strong rugby town. You can feel the real buzz around the town. The stadiums, like all of them, are truly first class. So again, I think France 2023 has done a heck of a job, and it's probably an honour for the boys to be the last game of the pool stages heading into the next round. So for me, it's been extremely enjoyable, well-run event.
Well, I haven't been in Toulouse for too long, but the stadium right now looked pretty awesome. But I'm sure on Monday after the game, probably go walk about town and see how it goes.
Yeah, quite
similar. Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We will conclude there, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks. as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Roots and we'll be building up together, myself and you guys, the fans, for this all-important Pool C clash. At least for Fiji, they need a single point to ensure qualification. I'm sure the whole of Australia, as well as the Australian team and management at this World Cup, will be tuned in for this game, hoping on a miracle that Fiji, in fact, do lose to Portugal and Portugal manage to win miraculously here today, which is a long shot. But for Portugal, they'd like to build on the last result, which came close to a victory. Unfortunately, that conversion at the end caused the draw against Georgia. That's the closest, shall I say, they've come to a victory at this World Cup, but showing promising signs against the likes of the Wallabies as well. Patrice Lagasquet has put together a very passionate, skillful Portuguese side for this World Cup that I'm sure we'd be wanting to see more of in the future. As we mentioned, Tier 2 nations really need to get more involved. As we see the evolution, the more games they play, the more results come the way. And for Fiji, that has been the case over the last couple of years. As we mentioned in the preview, they are physical specimens and they're just able to be athletic and skillful, but they're managing to also add the new dynamic into their game, which is the set pieces, being more disciplined and more focused for the full 80. But they still put on a show, Fiji. We had to start at Toulouse this evening. Kickoff is 9 p.m. South African Standard Time. Remember, guys, do hit like and subscribe to the channel and share this link. We're trying to get as close as quickly as we can to that 50,000 mark. So many fans that love this rugby game, and the World Cup is the platform where you guys can also share your score predictions in the comments as well. What do you think is going to happen tonight? I'll be taking you through the live watch along. I just want to take you through the 23 of Portugal from 1 to 23 that Patrice Lagasquet has put out. And the 1 to 23 is as follows: Francisco Fernandes, Mike Tajur, Diego Jose Ferreira, Jose Madeira, Stevie Sequeira, David Wallace, Nicholas Martins, Rafael Samois, Samuel Marquez, Geronimo Portela, Rodrigo Marta, Jose Lima, the captain, Pedro Betancourt, Rafael Storti, and Manuel Cardoso Pinto. The bench as follows for Portugal: David Costa, Duarte Diniz, Anthony Alves, Duarte Torjal, Joao Granate, Joao Bello, Thomas Sapelton, and Vincent Pinto. Portugal will be hoping that they can put together synchronized performance and come over the line against Fiji. But Simon Rawalui most certainly has his Fijians charged up. The likes of their captain, Wayasa Nesalevu, absolutely been sensational at this World Cup. And it's just the likes of the other individuals. If we take a look at even the front forwards, Frank Lomani, Levani Botia, very strong, very disciplined. They're playing in Europe. So for Fiji, a lot more professionalism perhaps, maybe able to put the phases and string together a more complete game. It's going to be exciting, as I mentioned. It all culminates in Pool C. Australia, of course, shall be eliminated should Fiji go on to win, or in fact, get that 1 point from this game. So Portugal have to win and deny Fiji any points in the game for Australia to have that slight mathematical chance. But will this be Fiji's opportunity to get to the knockouts, play against England, and show the world exactly what they're made of? Stay tuned. We're going to go through the 23 of Fiji right now that Simon Rawalui has put out. We will be back in a moment. Get your refreshments. We're building up to this all-important Pool C clash, Fiji against Portugal. Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. That was the 23 for Fiji that Simon Rawalui has put out for this clash. The fans are gearing up. We're almost underway at the start at Toulouse. And as we mentioned, for Fiji, just that single point required to ensure that they, in fact, do go through to the knockout stages. So a very, very important game for Fiji and I guess for all the nations in the Pacific. We know we saw Samoa the other evening have an incredible game, losing by just a single point to England. And England have in fact gone on and topped their pool in Pool D. So the margins are small between these nations that we consider tier 2 perhaps, but Fiji by no means a tier 2 nation at this Rugby World Cup, showing exactly what they have to offer the rugby world. Amazing athletes, as we know, but for the most part have managed to put together more than just the physical attributes, the set pieces, and the ability to play for that full 80 minutes has put Fiji in the position to qualify perhaps for the knockouts. For any Australian fans, I'm sure they would be desperate for Portugal to do the unthinkable and beat Fiji this evening by more than 8 points, and then also deny Fiji any possibility of a 4-try bonus point. So for Portugal, it'll be interesting to see their approach. It is the final game in the pool stages. They are out, they're eliminated. So it's all about pride. How do they approach this game? They're obviously not playing for Australia. They're playing for the country and the fans of Portugal. It's their opportunity to show the world that rugby is evolving all over. And of course, the platform is the Rugby World Cup. We saw early on Japan get knocked out against Argentina. So the teams are folding. We're getting to the crunch time in this Rugby World Cup. And it all comes to an end in Pool C tonight. We're building up, guys. Please share the link and do, in fact, give your score predictions. It's interesting to see who's everybody backing. Fiji and Portugal, when they played, people and the atmosphere, the crowd would tend to get behind both sides. But tonight, they meet for the third time. And our hearts are most certainly perhaps with Fiji on the cusp of the knockout stages, of course. And Portugal, as we mentioned, playing for pride. It's all about pride tonight. Almost managed to snatch a victory against Georgia, being dominated in the Rugby Europe Championship, which is a tier 2 tournament. Georgia over the seasons dominating. They met at this Rugby World Cup and Portugal came up with a draw. Showed some heart against Australia as well in their third pool game. But they're going to need a little bit more than heart tonight because Fiji are a team on a mission. A lot of emotion in the Fijian camp. And they by no means are just going to lay down for Portugal tonight. Luke Pearce, the man in the middle. He'll be in charge of this game at the Stade de Toulouse. We hope it's a good flowing game. We know Fiji like to play quick. We want the ball to move. There was a lot of talk in the week about the amount of time. And they want to sharpen that up just a little bit. So the referees do have a big responsibility to manage, which is considered both sides are quite attacking. If you look at the pool games, Fiji, of course, coming up short against Wales in their first pool game. But more excitingly, got those 2 bonus points, then went on to beat Australia. So that's the big difference at the moment with Fiji and Portugal. Fiji right up there with the top teams, the tier 1 nations in the world, where Portugal struggling just to get on the map. They are on the map, but now they've got to showcase what they're all about. Perfect conditions here at the Stade de Toulouse. We know Fiji love to play with ball in hand. We've seen how exciting the Portuguese are. As we understand it, Victor Matfield also spent some time with the Portuguese, working on their line-out set pieces. So invaluable experience there from the Springbok legend to the Portuguese camp. So I'm sure just having that influence would rub off. But they're going to need to be efficient at the set pieces to Portugal. Fiji seem to have the power, so Portugal, in fact, would also need to front up to lay any platform. But as we know, Fiji just need that 1 point. They won't rest on their laurels this evening. Simon Rawalui has put together a wonderful group of players who are most certainly playing for each other, the fans, their friends and family. It shows in the emotion, and I'm sure for every team pretty much similar. But there's something extra special about Fiji when they play. We know they're renowned around the world for their sevens game. But in terms of the 15-man game, what an evolution. What a time to be a rugby supporter. This Rugby World Cup has manifested some good things for Fiji, and we hope for their sake that it also continues. In the same breath for Portugal, it's always wonderful to see a new team arrive at the Rugby World Cup and people are actually talking about them. Sometimes the lesser teams go unnoticed. They don't always get the favorable draws in terms of fixtures, but they are to rock up regardless. And as far as the Portuguese are concerned, most of their players not playing professional rugby. So the demands, the fitness, the intensity will have to be maintained. It can't just be static in pieces. For Portugal, as we know, Fiji have a lot of their players playing over in France and Japan, in the top 14, in England as well. So Fiji very, very familiar with the professional demands. Their fitness will be up to scratch. For them, it's just about implementing their game plan and not allowing Portugal to disrupt them. We're almost underway, folks. Let's get as many people watching. As I mentioned, do give your score prediction in the comments. Also, from where in the world or in South Africa are you watching this game? Have you enjoyed the Rugby World Cup in comparison perhaps to 2019? We see the host nation, France, of course, coming up against the Springboks next week, Sunday evening. All eyes will be glued on that game. Of course, the Irish up against New Zealand. England potentially up against Fiji, should they come home tonight. And then Wales, of course, will play Argentina. That will be the quarterfinals. That will be next weekend. And Fiji are hoping, they've got 1 foot, they want to put both feet and cement the foundation that they're not only there for the quarterfinals, they see a bigger vision. And of course, this generation of Fijian players, it is now more than ever. As I mentioned, it's a wonderful conditions at the Stade de Toulouse tonight. Naya Salevu, the captain of Fiji, inspiring them from outside center. Wonderful skill. He doesn't only play individually, though, links up. There's wonderful support runners. So, as I mentioned, that emotion of everyone playing for each other it actually shows on the field. So for Fiji, they just need to steamroll, keep going forward as they have in this Rugby World Cup. Portugal will need to climb a bit of a mountain this evening, but a moment to cherish nonetheless, just to be part of this Rugby World Cup. The journey they had to get or take to get here will be remembered for a very, very long time to come. The nice thing about Fiji as well is they play positive rugby. And as I mentioned, they've incorporated the power game that you would call the other facet to make up that duo. You need a little bit of creativity, I guess, which they have a lot of in abundance. And then also the discipline in their set pieces and being able to be efficient at doing the basics right. So for Fiji, they have got that balance right. I think some teams perhaps rely only on the power game. We think of the Springboks, but we also think of the brand of rugby that each team is trying to play. They're each just trying to do their country proud. So if it works for you, then it has to work for you. A lot of people perhaps don't agree. It'll be interesting to hear your thoughts. But South Africa most certainly have also evolved. If you take a look at the introduction of Mani Lebok, so it's a debate that could go on for hours or days, in fact. But each team that arrive at the Rugby World Cup just want to do their country proud. And if it means you win by 1 point or by scoring more tries than your opposition, or trying to score as many as you can and float the ball out, which Fiji have done, you just want to win and make your country proud. For Portugal, they have been exciting at this Rugby World Cup. As I mentioned, they did get some assistance from the legendary Victor Matfield in their line-out set pieces come training time. It's just about having the focus when the pressure is on. So can they apply that in training? Keep the focus, and then when the pressure's on, when there's competition in the line-out, when there's competition in the scrum, can they go back to the basics? The teams are getting ready to come out now at the Stade de Toulouse. Guys, give your score predictions. If Fiji, by how much? If you don't want to give an exact score, if Portugal, by how much? Or is there potential for another draw at this Rugby World Cup? The national anthems are coming up in a moment. That's where the passion starts. Always emotion involved, singing the national anthem of your country. For Portugal, they know the road ends here, so just that extra bit more emotional in front of the fans here at the Stade de Toulouse. When will they have an opportunity to reach another World Cup? We know the qualifying process is such a tough one. It's such a journey to get to this Rugby World Cup. So for these players, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it shows on their faces. Portugal in red, Fiji in white. It's all action in Pool C. The Australian fans in Australia, I'm sure, early hours of Monday morning, they'll be tuning in nonetheless to have a look with one eye, perhaps both eyes, on this game and hope Portugal can in fact beat Fiji by 8 points or more. Eddie Jones under immense pressure. Australia brought a young, youthful squad to this Rugby World Cup. Eddie Jones criticised heavily in the media, weighed on him quite heavily, but he stuck to his guns. He believes that Australia need a reform, and it starts with a young generation of players. We think of the likes of Quade Cooper, the influential captain Michael Hooper left out of the squad for this Rugby World Cup. Would it have made a difference? Eddie Jones doesn't believe it would have. And for the moment, they are in the position they are because they haven't put together the complete performances. There's been signs that this young squad with more experience can evolve, but I think the heartbreak was real when they lost to Fiji, just put into perspective. And then the drubbing from Wales, that there's a long way to go for Australia. And for the moment, they had 80 minutes to hold on to the hope that Portugal can come away with the win. But Fiji and the fans around the world excited for the opportunity, perhaps, to see this exciting team in the quarterfinals. The national anthems are complete. Inside center, Josh Tuisova, very influential for Fiji. Carries hard, used as a battering ram, and then outside him, of course, Naya Salevu, the captain, with the twinkle toes, the acceleration of the mark, sensational player, and he's just showed the world at this Rugby World Cup exactly what he is made of. An exciting game awaits us, folks. We're almost underway. The Fiji are doing their war cry, which really rallies them together. The Portuguese standing respectfully, awaiting the challenge here at the Stade de Toulouse. Luke Pearce is definitely going to have to have his eyes focused on this game. We know Fiji like to play with intensity, but everything sometimes also happens so fast. The collisions will be fierce. But both teams, I'm sure, in my opinion, are out to play positive rugby. It's just, what is the message when Fiji pile on the pressure on Portugal? What is the message to the Portuguese? How do they respond? Keep in mind, it's 4 quarters. There's still a second half to come as we await kickoff here in the first half. With that being said, the bench of both sides, when and how and what sort of injuries come into play. Yellow cards, hopefully no red cards. But it's almost all systems go for Fiji. They feel amped. The crowd are amped. There's a wonderful atmosphere at the Stade de Toulouse here tonight. Stay tuned, folks. We're almost underway. Back to the rafters here at the Stade de Toulouse. The crowd waving their lights around, universally making a spectacle of it. And in fact, will we see a spectacle tonight from Fiji? Give England something serious to think about for that quarterfinal. We're not yet at the quarterfinal for Fiji, but we're just about there. They've just got this game to get out of the way. Portugal will kick off from left to right. Luke Pearce just managing, speaking to the captains, making sure there's not 16 players on the field. The communications are all good. A little chuckle with the captain of Portugal. And we're underway at the Stade de Toulouse. Portugal kick off deep into Fijian territory. But Fiji return handsomely with the kick there. Frank Lamani, the scrum half, putting the ball out on this left-hand touchline. We're still inside Fijian territory, but here's the set piece I spoke about. Portugal with the feed to the line out on the 10-meter mark. And they find their man there. Tajur found his man in the line out. They play centre field from left to right. Go Portugal. Shifting the ball nicely there. Cardoso Pinto involved, but Portugal, more importantly, still keep possession. The ball is out, says the referee. There's a competition on the ground. And Fiji come away with the ball now. Still on their 10-meter mark. Lamani at 9. Tuisova down that right-hand touchline, breaking into the Portuguese territory now. Lamani at the base. Botitu, the referee says illegal entry into that ruck there. So Fiji a little bit hasty. Nasila Sila there off his feet. And Portugal now on the halfway mark have an opportunity to clear for touch with this penalty kick. Marquez, the scrum off, does in fact find touch. We're deep into Fijian territory now on this 22, or on this right-hand touchline. Induna says, if Australia survive this, it will be an act of God. They're going to need something like that, yeah, I'm sure. Portugal now with the throw in the line out. It's a little bit loose. But they do get possession back. Do Portugal. Tajur takes it up. He's brought to ground. Marquez quickly. Betancourt. Pinto chases. It's a little bit too far. He tried to put it on the foot. But it's gone touching goal. It will be a goal line dropout for Fiji. So nervous moments there. Portugal showing their attacking intent early on in this game. Goal line dropout now. For T2, it's up to halfway, but Portugal come running back. Pinto is hit hard. Marquez. They're finding some space, but Fiji over the ball. And it's a wonderful turnover there. Aroni Maui, the loose head, but it's charged down. It's a little bit frenetic here on this right-hand touchline. We're inside Fiji's 22, and the referee adjudges Portugal to be infringing at that ruck. Once the tackler makes the tackle, he has to release the player. And Fiji now have an opportunity to relieve a bit of the pressure via Vilamoni Botitu. Are we just about on halfway on this right-hand touchline? Fiji will have the put-in to the line-out. So Portugal showing attacking intent, but Fiji with the first realistic opportunity with their set-piece line-out now. Matavesi does find his man, and Fiji scrapping for the ball at the base. It's all loose. They can't keep control. Portugal doing enough to disrupt there, and they'll have the put-in to the scrum. This is where we'll see the power game, as we mentioned, obviously, as players tire in the game, second half, how the replacement props come on, how they synchronize together. But it all starts with the confidence up front now. Portugal don't want to back down. Marquez, ball in hand to feed for Portugal, just inside Fiji's half. 10 meters in from this right-hand touchline. Solid from Portugal. Set piece is good. There's a kick pass here. There is space. Fijian player there, taken in the air. Wasn't held, so Fiji play on. It's another charge down. Lamani there getting charged down. I think it was the Portuguese captain Jose Lima there charging down the scrum half for Fiji, but it's gone into touch. Fiji will have another throw via Matavesi. We're on the 10-meter mark on this left-hand touchline inside Fijian territory, and a steal there from Portugal. Marquez, and Portugal shifted wide immediately, but a big hit as they play towards this right-hand touchline on the Portuguese player. Fiji resolute in defense. Portugal, though, playing inside their own half. We mentioned the attacking game that they love. And here it goes again. We're going down the left-hand touchline now, making a few meters. Discipline important here. Fiji want to stay on side. Marquez shapes for a kick. It's going to land inside, or it's gone outside, straight out on the full there from Marquez of Portugal. So an unforced error, but a big hit from Tuisova there on Pinto. Hello, this is what rugby is all about. Wrapped his arms. No illegal tackle there, perfectly timed from Tuisova. And Fiji have the line out. They play from the 10-meter mark, moving towards centre field now, inside Portuguese territory. Lamani wants quick ball. Advantage, says the referee. Portugal will need to keep their discipline in this zone. It'll be interesting to see what Fiji do here. Do they take the 3 points, or do they respond with a kick to the corner? And in fact, they point straight to the posts. Also a sign of respect to Portugal, in a sense, knowing that they're not taking them lightly. We've seen Portugal up to now show a lot of intent, shift the ball out wide. But they're also going to have something to show for it. And Fiji now getting into the Portuguese half and deciding 3 points is in fact what they need. Get on the board and let's get going. Just within reach of that quarterfinal are Fiji. It's all eyes on the kick now. Lamani doesn't strike it as sweetly, but nonetheless, 3 points. It's over. It looked like it was fading left. It doesn't matter how they go over. Frank Lamani puts 3 points on the board for Fiji, and they lead against Portugal. Get into the other team's half, score some points, keep the pressure on in the set pieces. Is that the order of the day? Portugal kick off deep again. Deep into the Fijian 22 on this left-hand touchline. Fiji do secure the ball, however. Lamani at the base, shapes to kick. Finds a lovely touch there for Fiji. Almost up to halfway. Very secure boot there. Finding his angles. He's got the confidence after putting over that penalty. They've got to keep the intensity, Fiji. You also can't have all your eyes on the quarterfinal and not focus on what's at hand. So we're all talking about it, but I'm sure Fiji are not as much focusing on the quarterfinal yet. They know they've got it all to do. At the moment, they lead 3 points to 0. But Portugal, in possession from that line out, have put together a few phases. Marquez at the base now, just about on their own 10-meter mark, 20 meters in from this right-hand touchline. Marquez puts it high into the night sky at the start there to lose. What a wonderful take out of the air. Fiji back in possession now. Will they look to play? They're on their own 10-meter mark. Ball security, most important. Frank Lamani at the base. He puts one up. It's a little bit deep. So an easy regather for Portugal and a massive hoof upfield. Lamani from inside his own 22. It's a kicking battle at the moment. Who cracks first? Fiji going to run it back now. They say they're done with the kicking. It was the fullback, Makala, and here come Fiji in possession, keeping the ball alive. Naya Salevu wrapped up there on this right-hand touchline, just inside Portuguese territory now. Fiji hit it up hard. Irani Maui in there. Putting the boot to ball there, forcing Fiji into an unforced error off the side of the boot. So clever play there from Fiji, moving it down towards this left-hand touchline and then putting a low grubber through. Fiji then put Portugal under pressure. They gathered the kick. Pinto with a hasty clearance has given Fiji a massive territorial gain, and Matavesi just outside the 22 of Portugal now finds his man. Botia, we're into the 22, and here comes Fiji. Marcelo can't hold on. Hoofed ahead, and the ball is coming all the way back. It's loose, and here come Portugal now. They've ripped it out of the Fijian hands. We're up to the Fijian 22. Kick pass here. It's just too much on it from the kick there, but wonderful intent from the Portuguese, turning defense into attack. But just as I say that, here come Fiji with the quick line out throw. Can they keep the ball secure? No, they can't. It's opening up here at the start at Toulouse. From one end to another, here come Portugal playing from just outside their 22. We see the intent is most certainly there. Fiji looking for those big hits, those dominant tackles. Portugal playing lightly with the ball in hand, soft hands, shifting it just before the point of contact. And Marquez has been busy all night, marshalling the troops at the base. As he does so now, shaping for an up and under. Looking for a good chase. It is a good one. Lots of pressure on Fiji there. But in return, a wonderful clean out, securing the ball for Fiji. They know they need to play with the ball in hand to put Portugal under immense pressure. because Portugal have most certainly come with that intent this evening. It's a little bit of a kicking duel at the moment. Portugal. In possession at the moment. Fiji in possession now. Apologies for that break there. I think I was under the impression I lost the connection there. But it's still 3 points to 0 to Fiji. Only one penalty separates them at the moment. Time is off for the moment here, guys. It's been all action, but no points on the scoreboard to show for it. Time is off. They're tending to a few injuries at the moment. What is your score prediction, guys? It's a close one. Portugal would need to score for Australia to go through 11 points if the scoreline were to stay the way it is. So as an Australian fan, you're not happy right now. Shot, Reza. Let's go, Fiji. Time is still off for the moment, guys. It seems there will be a replacement here for Fiji. Moyana Vanua is coming off, and it seems like Sirik Taveta coming on for Fiji. So an early replacement there. Fiji come away with the ball and hoof it far upfield. There is a chase. The ball doesn't go dead. It's put down inside the Portuguese try line or goal line area. A decent chase there from Fiji, so it will be a goal line dropout. And Marquez is the man who's entrusted with the kicking duties for Portugal. Big charge up ahead there from Fiji in midfield. We're playing towards this right-hand touchline now. Maui taking it up from Lamani. Here come Fiji up to the 22. They want to put together more than 4 or 5 phases. Matavesi. It's loose ball again. Portugal being very disruptive, and Fiji have to go all the way back. It's loose again. It's only knocked on. It's a scrum penalty or scrum, I beg your pardon, to Portugal. For the moment, Fiji We're inside the 22 of Portugal as we saw the 8th man there of Fiji. Vilame Mata taking it up hard, but from the next ruck, the ball spilt loose. Makala went back, couldn't hold on to the ball. So Portugal will have the scrum here. We're now inside the Fijian territory. So as I mentioned, Fiji would definitely want to put together more than 3 or 4 phases. We know they've got the big hit, the big guys who can hit it up down the middle. But we want to also see them shift. But is their mentality also to keep it safe and just win? I wouldn't assume so. It's all intensity. These things are happening in milliseconds, but it's a penalty to Fiji at scrum time. The referee not happy there with the tight head of Portugal. Diogo Hassa Ferreira conceding a scrum penalty. And Botitu now with the opportunity for an opportunity to find touch on this right-hand touchline for Fiji. We're into Portuguese territory now. The set piece for Fiji has been good, but they also had a line out stolen. They want to fix that, Fiji, and they do now. It's quick ball from the line out. Playing centre field. 2 men wrapping up Tuisova there. But Titu taking it off Lamani. We're on the 10-meter mark. They've gone back 15 meters. Fiji. They want to gain some meters now post-contact. Lamani. Quick ball from the base. This better from Fiji. Just a loose pass there. But Titu looking for his man. Just the lack of communication for the moment. And the ball has gone into touch. So again, all a little bit static from Fiji at the moment, but they still lead here at the start at Toulouse. Portugal with the throw-in now. Teixeira finds his man and Portugal decide to go route 1. It's a maul. Marquez at the base looking for his chasers. Puts up a high ball. Fiji, though, come away with it. Ravu Tamada collected a high ball, but it's loose again from Fiji. The ball not sticking, perhaps a little bit of dew in this night sky at the start at Toulouse. And it was Joshua Tuisova there looking for the fend. But Portugal spoiling in the tackle, just having a hand, aiding in that ball coming out of Tuisova's hand there. So another Portuguese scrum. Didn't go so well last time around. Luke Pearce penalising Portugal. Carlo Brotto says Portugal will collapse in the second half. So we were speaking about earlier, perhaps, in terms of the fitness. Will Fiji shine through with all their professional players all over Europe and Japan? But so far, Portugal have put up a fight. There's an opportunity here, but the scrum is going to be reset there from Luke Pearce. One would imagine Portugal want to get the ball in and out. But I think they fancy themselves here. Arani Maui in for it tonight, the loose head of Fiji. Loves to carry the ball as well. But they obviously need to focus on their primary function, and that would be at scrum time. Get a good hit in there. Get the dominance and set the platform for the rest of the forwards. Come around the corner, take it up front. and then play that expansive rugby. Fiji know how to do that. They just need to implement it. For the most part, in this first half, Portugal have somewhat spoiled the party, not allowing Fiji to get those phases together. But another scrum penalty here. Hassa Ferreira again penalised, the tight head, collapsing at the time of binding, says the referee. So Fiji getting 2 penalties at scrum time. Remember, the second half will bring on new replacements. Carlo, will that be perhaps when Fiji show their hand? For the moment, Botitu puts it out onto the 22 here of the Portuguese on this left-hand touchline, with the feed to come from Matavesi, another good ball carrier for Fiji, looking to find his man. We're just outside the 22 here. The line out is solid. Matavesi takes it. It's another hit up front from Tuisova. We are centre field. It's quick ball, Batia. It's a quick peel around the corner. And Portugal again looking for the rip. Double tackling. Betoncourt in there. And Fiji head down, bashing their way. 10 meters out now. Mata for Fiji. Here they go. Surely now. They've got to go wide. Botitu just couldn't get the ball away. Tip tackle there. Lost his footing. And Fiji concede the penalty. His support was out wide, waiting for the ball there. Nayatalevu. Omakala, I beg your pardon, from Fiji. But Portugal managing at the last moment to not allow that ball to go wide down this left-hand side. And for that reason, there were no cleaners. Portugal over the ball. Slight fumble. He lost his own footing, I beg your pardon. But there were men legally over the ball. And Fiji not able to clean efficiently enough. Portugal with the opportunity to relieve. They kick to touch, find the line out now. And they're playing centre field on their own 10-meter mark down this left-hand touchline. Go Portugal. Another bit of enterprising play. The ball is loose. Makala for Fiji. Manages to win the scrap on the ground. But again, Portugal shifting it wide, forcing the Fijians to hurry back in defense. They do hurry back, and Lomani puts it high into the air. The ball bounces in field. Nobody called for it. And it's in touch now. Portugal with the line out just inside the Fijian half on this left-hand touchline. But a wonderful breakout there. The chip over the top. And Makala at the last moment came flying in to get possession of that ball. Could be argued there might have been a slight fumble on the ground, but nonetheless, time is off for the moment. Portugal will have the put into the line out here. Wonderful player, the right winger of Portugal, Rafael Storti. I'm sure his rugby credentials has been noticed worldwide. That's the nice thing about the Rugby World Cup. Gives the players the opportunity to showcase their skills, and Storti has that in abundance as Portugal find their man in the line-out. Marquez at the base. On halfway, looks for a deep kick into Fijian territory. It's route one for Fiji. It's a breakout. Here they go now. Fiji via the left winger. Habosi. He can't find his support to come around quickly enough. And Portugal tap and go. On the last moment, lose the ball. So Portugal trying to play quickly. But what a breakout there from Habosi. For Fiji, we know what he can do, the left winger. Lighting up the Stade de Toulouse tonight. Got away from the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh defender, brought him to ground. It was just too fast for everybody. And unfortunately conceding another penalty at the breakdown. But putting people on their feet, breaking ankles there. Benaya Habosi. And when Portugal took the quick tap, tried to play it down this left-hand side, couldn't handle the ball there and lost it in contact, or lost it from the pass. It's going to be a scrum down to Fiji, who still lead 3 points to 0 here at the Stade de Toulouse. Time is off for the moment. Mike Tesseur getting some attention. I think he was one of the guys that was put on his backside from that chinking run from Benaya Habosi. So I'm not sure if he got some contact with the grass or he's just in shock at the moment. But a wonderful breakout. Unfortunately, doesn't lead to anything. But another opportunity, I guess, via this scrum now for Fiji to attack. We're just inside the Portuguese half. Scrum time has not been good for Portugal in the last few scrums, being penalised on this tight head. Mini victory for Irani Maui. The loose head of Fiji managing to get the upper hand for the moment in this first half. Lamani with the ball in hand. Time is back on. We centre field, just inside the Portuguese half. And this time around, a penalty goes the way of Portugal. It's the tight head of Fiji, Luke Tagi, who's penalised. So Portugal getting one back there. Losing his bind. And most referees don't have a lot of patience for that. They will sanction you with the penalty. Tajur with the feed now for Portugal from this penalty kick just outside the Fijian 22. Loose at the line out, but again, Portugal win the loose ball. And in the process, form a maul. They'll be looking to get this ball out. And they do via Marquez. The ball is hacked ahead though. Portugal not able to hold on to the ball. And this time around again, Fiji at the breakdown. They'll be looking to clean that up. Discipline off their feet. It's the right winger of Fiji there, Ravu Tamada, who's been penalised, and Portugal on their 10-metre mark on this right-hand touchline have the opportunity now. Put it into touch. An attack from the line out. Mike Tajur will feed. So Fiji not really, in my opinion, on full song yet. But this is Rugby World Cup, and we saw the other evening with England just coming over the line against Samoa. You can't take these games lightly. You respect your opposition, but the important thing for Fiji will be to get over the line any which way they can. They broke out from inside their own half, but again the touchline wins, so no flow at the moment for the likes of Naya Salevu for Fiji. They play for each other, just not putting it together at the moment. But there shouldn't be much expectation put on Fiji. Just the fact that they've evolved so much, I think, is an accomplishment on its own. Obviously, they deserve, with their performances, to get to the quarterfinal and beyond. But for the moment, they have a slender lead here. It's 3 points to 0 against Portugal. In possession now from right to left, working their way up to the Portuguese 22. Not as quick as Lamani would like. Again, it's loose ball, and Portugal disrupting it now and coming away with it. Wonderful speed here. Chipped ahead, but Fiji covering well in defense. A lot of space out here on this left-hand touchline. And it's deep into Portuguese territory. Fiji want to play quickly though. Quick line out here, and Fiji are away. Makala, the fullback, trying to put the ball through the legs of Fiji. It went forward, and Portugal now respond. It's gone into the goal line of Fiji, but just a little bit too far. Playing under the scrum advantage there with that forward pass. But T2 got back for Fiji, covering there. Hard in the mouth moment for Fiji. Still have that slender lead. But what a kick. From the hooker of Portugal, putting it into touch. But it was played quickly. But where do you see that? We saw, obviously, this afternoon, the Japanese number 5, Fakatava, with that sensational try. So wonderful to see all these skills on display at this Rugby World Cup. Portugal now in possession. Via Tajur. Marquez wants it quick. Out the back. Pinto, the fullback for Portugal, still in possession. Trying to move the ball quickly there, but just a little bit too quick from Portugal. The referee for the moment is blowing a penalty against Fiji here. So even though Fiji did manage to force the error, Portugal now with the opportunity and perhaps, yes, putting the ball into touch. On the 5-meter mark on this left-hand touchline. Portugal will have the feed via Mike Tajur. And Fiji under pressure here. On their own try line, 5 meters out on this left-hand touchline. Tajur looking to find his man. It's set up nicely for a maul. And it will be fed to Tajur at the back. Portugal rumbling forward. It's all a little bit loose now, and Portugal still have possession. We're still 5 meters out. They center field now. Marquez for Portugal, playing under advantage. Discipline an issue at the moment for Fiji. What a lovely kick. Is it Rafael Storti for Portugal? Put the ball ahead. They were under free play there, where Portugal had the presence of mind to put it on the foot, chase his own kick. But the referee has ruled it out. He didn't get control of it at the last moment, but a wonderful piece of skill there. We almost thought for the moment that this man, Rafael Storti, has gone in for a sensational try, but the referee will come back. Under the advantage were Portugal. And to the post they'll go and level things up here via Marquez. Straight out in front, only 10 meters out. Carlo says Fiji are supposed to be putting on pressure, not under pressure. I hear you, brother. You perhaps think it's the cost of those games against Wales, Australia. Remember, their squad depth, although they've got a wonderful squad, they've also had to contend with the attrition rate, injuries in the side. So that's why I was talking earlier perhaps about the expectation. They've done amazingly up to this point, and I'm sure they want to go beyond. But they also got to be realistic in the fact that they just need to get over the line. And sometimes the synchronization is perhaps not always there. But as I say that, Marquez puts it over for Portugal. The scores are level. So yeah, Carlo, I hear you. They're under quite a bit of pressure from Portugal, seem to be disrupting. It seems to be like they're the same sort of style, and they're getting each other's faces. And for the moment, Portugal getting in the faces of Fiji, but they have possession. Do Fiji now? Just about on Portugal's 10-meter mark. It's gone wide. Abosi's there. He's taken it inside the 22. A wonderful long ball out on this left-hand touchline. And Fiji now with the real opportunity in the Portuguese danger zone. Maui in there to clean, but Fiji desperate to hold on to possession here. We just about centre field, 10 meters out. Little bit of patience. Little bit of vision. It's out wide here. Ravu Tamada for Fiji, but Lamani's at the base. Naya Salevu taken down by 3 men. And again, that ball spills out. Luke Pierce not adjudging any hands in there, but Portugal not being able to handle it. Scrum down, Fijian ball, 7 meters out, just off center field. So this is a real opportunity to attack now for Fiji. Just imagine the scoreline were to stay at 3-all. Anybody bet on a draw? If you are betting, don't forget about BOYLESPORTS. Open an account up to R1,000. They'll match you guys. There's opportunities. There's lots of games left in this Rugby World Cup. Time is off for the moment. It's tight. The scoreline suggests not a lot of action, but taking a closer look, as Brunt Steenkamp says, this is probably the greatest game of the tournament. It probably means very little, but still, Brunt, take your point fully on board, brother. It's not always about the high-scoring ones. It's also about the Portuguese, for example, their journey and what they're doing and how they're preventing Fiji, who are flying high, the flying Fijians in this tournament. But there's action, there's little subtle nuances, not a lot of tries, a lot of disruption. So it's two teams that are really, I guess, as I said, in each other's faces. And for the moment, Portugal holding up nicely. Scrum penalties have gone either way, so no clear dominance at the moment in this first half to really attest to for Fiji or Portugal. And the score remains 3-3 at the Stade de Toulouse. Marquez will feed the ball to the scrum now. Fiji putting on the pressure. That's it for the first half. Say Portugal win the scrum, put it out immediately. It's been a very tight affair here at the Stade de Toulouse. Fiji and Portugal share the spoils at 3-3. It's a low-scoring affair, but a lot of action. Stay with us. There's still a second half to come. It's not all said and done in Pool C. Don't go away until then. See you soon. Welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. We saw a very tight affair in that first half. And it's 3-3, Portugal against Fiji, so not all is said and done. As far as this game is concerned, the second half awaits us. We're almost underway. So if you've got your refreshments, buckle down for the second half, folks. Join us here on Forever Sports. Portugal can still realistically do Australia a massive favour. But it'll be interesting to see, as we have 2 quarters left, how this game will play out for Fiji under immense pressure. Portugal disrupting the ball at the breakdown for Fiji, not allowing them to put too many phases together. They've had 1 or 2 runs upfield, but then run out of support in terms of the cleaners securing the ball. Portugal just a little bit hungrier. But we also spoke about the attrition rate for Fiji, putting those immense performances up against Wales, almost coming over the line there, getting those 2 bonus points, but then obviously, of course, beating Australia. That was the big result that puts them in the position they're in. If the scoreline were to stay 3-3, or it were to be a draw, Fiji would in fact qualify for the knockout stages. So all is definitely not all said and done in this game. The second half is going to be underway, guys. What's your score prediction? I haven't seen in the comments what you guys are saying. Are you backing Portugal with the miracle win here? Simon Rawalui, I'm sure, has given his team a stern talking to the Fijians. They've got to put together this final 40 minutes, take them with both feet to that knockout. Portugal showing immense resolution here. What you would consider in the face of adversity, where Portugal are at, where Fiji are at, slightly different trajectories. But this World Cup sets the same platform for everyone. And the second half is almost underway here at the start, dead to lose. Don't forget, guys, like and subscribe to Forever Sports. We're live for every single game. We've obviously got the quarterfinals, this being the last game of the weekend, and then it's on to the knockouts. So we've got one eye, and as South African fans, our hearts on that quarterfinal next week, Sunday. Will Fiji claim that second spot and put themselves up against England? The second half awaits, and we are in fact underway here. Fiji kick off left, from left to right. Portugal do get possession though. Marquez, Portello, it's shifted wide again immediately. From the gather, Portugal met hard in defence there, almost broke away there, Betancourt. But just in the tackle, the ball was dislodged. But in fact, Portugal are coming back. It is their penalty from that restart. For Australia to go through, keep in mind, guys, Portugal have to win by 8 points. And for Australia, they'd be hoping it's a low-scoring affair. They don't want Fiji to get anywhere close to a 4-try bonus point. That would be enough for Fiji. But some worrying signs here. The captain, Naya Salevu, is down. For the referee, Luke Pearce, is coming over to have a look here. Stop time. Worrisome signs here for Fiji. He's getting his right knee heavily strapped up. They want his influence on this field. He's going back into position. He's a warrior, just like all these Fijians are. But for the moment, Portugal standing up against the warriors of Fiji, and Tazur on this right-hand touchline from the penalty kick. Can't find his man, and Fiji win one from Portugal. It's booted ahead. But away come Portugal now, who also decide to put boot to ball. Gifting possession back to Fiji, though. Unlike Fiji to kick the ball so much, but for the moment, Portugal have possession now just inside the Fijian half. After that kicking battle, is centre field halfway. Marquez, desperate to get quick ball here. Portello. Portugal come away with it now. Keeping the ball alive are Portugal up to the 22. Fiji tracking back in defence. But Portugal looking to shift it immediately. Big hit there. Betancourt getting the ball away to the fullback. Cardoso Pinto. This time around, though, they can't keep the ball in hand. It's lost forward. But Portugal coming out with great intent in the second half. No pillar there from Fiji. They used to playing quick ball, and Portugal matching them at the moment. The tight forwards, the loose forwards. Taking it up, Marquez. Finding his man there. I think it was Nicholas Martins who just couldn't hold on to the ball. Marc Tageur involved. But for the moment, it is a Fijian scrum. They're still inside their own half. Just outside their 22 with Lamani to feed. Solid scrum, Mata at the back. And the referee does in fact give a penalty, scrum time. Portugal infringing there. Lots of pressure put on Fiji. They were patient though, but kept the pressure on, kept the ball at the back. Mata at the base until the pressure was too much and the referee gives a penalty to Fiji. But an unforced error there, but Titu can't find touch. Fiji hoof it upfield, back to Portugal now. It's a tight affair here at the Stade de Toulouse. Portugal put it up and a wonderful catch out of the air there. And here they come. It shifted wide. Who's there? What a wonderful try. It's that man, Rafael Storti. We thought he was over towards the end of the first half, but the gather there from the little grabber head. Incredible finish there from Rafael Storti. We said his rugby credentials have stockpiled to new heights. The try is awarded, and that is one of the reasons why he knows how to finish. Look out for the name Rafael Storti of Portugal. Portugal take the lead and score the first try in this game. It was Portello who took the ball out of the air. They managed to secure possession back. The chip ahead down this right-hand touchline. And the man to finish, Rafael Storti, you beauty. The conversion still to come for Portugal, but they take the lead by 8 points to 3. And that's an incredible finish here at the Stade de Toulouse. A moment to savour for the winger, for the whole of Portugal, and Marquez from this left-hand touchline has the opportunity to give Portugal the extra 2. It's sailing over. 10 points to 3 here. Portugal ahead by 7. A wonderful build-up play there. And it was Betancourt who put the boot to ball, grabbed it down the right-hand touchline. You can see what it means to the coaches. Rafael Storti and Portugal flying high for the moment, and they come away with it. Portugal from the kickoff. There's space here, just loose at the last moment, and here come Fiji. Inside their own 22, it's a breakaway. Makala is inside the Portuguese 22 now. It's all happening. Fiji still in possession. 2 meters out. Mata at the base there. Matavesi at the base. They want to go in short. 1 meter out. Advantage, says Luke Pierce. We've gone from end to end. It's incredible stuff. It's a try for Fiji. They hit right back. It's Botia, the loose forward. Put the ball over the white chalk. And Fiji respond immediately. Incredible stuff here from the kickoff. Portugal flew away down this left-hand touchline. It was the left winger of Portugal, Rodrigo Mata there, threw a little bit of a loose ball. Nicholas Martins, Fiji came away with it. It was Cirelli Makala. They kept the ball alive. The referee playing advantage. And Botia responds and scores for Fiji. And Lamani now with the opportunity to level the scores, to add the extra 2 for Fiji. 20 meters in from this left-hand touchline, just inside the Portuguese 22. Lamani makes no mistake. The scores are level. It's 10 apiece here at the Stade de Toulouse. Botia, having only his eyes on the try line, got in low. You're not going to stop him from there. Fiji, draw level here. What a sequence of play. That attests to your point, Brunt. What a match. What a sequence of play there. Lamoni at the base from the kickoff, just outside Fiji's 22. Portugal, good under the high ball, come away with it. They shifted wide again. The referee has stopped play for the moment. Botia might be in a little bit of trouble here for Fiji. Was a big hit there on the Portuguese player, and they are going upstairs. Is this a defining moment here? We wait to see the repercussions, what exactly happened in this collision. Remember, rugby, obviously, high collision sport, but they're looking to stamp out any form of malicious contact, high contact. And to be honest with you, the way things have been going, that could be a yellow card for Botia. We wait to see what the referee says. Doesn't look like a high level of danger, but it will be a yellow card. And most certainly a bunker review system. Just tipping onto the chin there of the Portuguese player, Botia, with his head. And as I mentioned, the referees ordered by World Rugby to make sure that player safety is the primary concern. So Botia off for Fiji. Crucial moment for Portugal. The scores are level. And they have a penalty and have put the ball into touch on this left-hand touchline inside Fijian territory. So kind of his head hit the throat of the Portuguese player. Very tough, because there was, for my eyes, there was mitigation. But of course, I'm not the TMO who will be doing the bunker review system, taking a look. But Portugal now in possession, back of the line out. They decide to maul Fiji, of course, without a forward, of course. And here come Portugal. They're almost up to the try line. They're 1 meter short. Great line out ball and maul there from Portugal. They also look to play in short. It's a try. It looks like the loose head there of Portugal. Francisco Fernandez. Yes, it is. Wow, what a weekend of rugby. We've seen tight forwards, lock forwards, scoring some wonderful tries, loose forwards. Botia got it earlier, got a try for Fiji, but this time around it's all Portugal, immediately capitalizing from that yellow card to Botia from the ensuing line out after the penalty. Threw a ball to the back of the line out and then immediately set a power maul. Went all the way up 2 meters short. And Francisco Fernandez scores for Portugal and puts them in the lead. What a moment for him. What a moment for Portugal. Marquez lines up the kick. 15 meters in from this left-hand touchline. 30 meters out. Splits the uprights. It's over. And Portugal do in fact have a 7-point lead now. So that yellow card costing Fiji there. Botia, obviously one of the influential loose forwards. Powerful in the maul. Be interesting to see what they do at scrum time. Should there be a scrum in this time now? We also hope, for Botia's sake, that that yellow is not converted to a red. For the moment, from the kickoff, Marquez finds a safe touch, albeit doesn't find a massive amount of territory there. Fiji will have the put into the line out. The referee just looking for a little bit of calm. Things getting a bit heated out there. A lot of players communicating. Should only be the captains. And Fiji now with the line out feed. Matavesi. They can also maul. They are a man short, however, but still taking it up front. Advantage, says the referee, and Fiji now come away with possession, but can't do much. Made a lot of meters from the line out and immediately put the ball into touch. They fancy themselves here, Fiji. Still enough to get them through to the quarterfinals as the score would stand now. Who would have thought? It's on a knife edge here. Botia, for the moment, still in the sin bin. On Mata there, deemed to be a malicious tackle. Noah says, come on, Fiji. Their hearts are backing Fiji, but Portugal putting on a display for sure. Here come Fiji, however, win the line out, playing from left to right. They keep possession. It's spilled out Lamani. Fiji shifted towards the right-hand side. Wrapped up there was Naya Thalevu. Portugal doing well now, pushing Fiji back somewhat, but still Fiji have possession just about centre field. 10 metres out from the Portuguese try line. Massive hit there. Portugal come flooding through, but Fiji. Habosi gets involved, the left winger. Losing their shape just a little bit, Fiji. But still in possession inside the Portuguese 22. They've gone back a few metres. Lovely chop tackle there from Marta of Portugal. They're almost outside the Portuguese 22 now. Tuisova straightens the line. He's got the power. He makes 15 metres on the carry. Here come Fiji, busting their way through. It's turnover ball though. Portugal have it. Portello from Marquez does in fact find touch. And somehow Portugal do a Dini escape there on their try line. They claiming it was touch from a Fijian hand. But again, everybody getting involved, communicating with the referee. He's having none of it. Yeah, Noah Philip asks, how's Josh Tuisova looking? He's definitely one of the influential players. Seeing that they're down the player at the moment, you're going to need that. He can't exactly carry the team, but for the most part, with ball in hand, looks solid. What a physical specimen, but Fiji also getting a bit of their own back there. Big hit on the replacement lock of Fiji. Martin's there putting in a massive, massive hit. For the moment, time is off. Portugal making a replacement. It is the try scorer, Francisco Fernandes. His evening would be done. Put in a good shift for Portugal, scored that crucial try to put them back into the lead. And for the moment, they keep the lead at 17 points to 10. Fiji with the line out, however, 15 metres out on this right-hand touchline. Matavesi with the throw. Comes away with it now from the base. Fiji look to set up their big ball runners again. But this time around, it's Tuisova. Loses it in contact. But the referee you're judging, I beg your pardon. Portugal infringing at line-out time, so Fiji were playing under advantage. The referee having a chat with the Portuguese forwards. Of course, this is the danger zone. Matavesi now. They're only 5 metres out. Portugal still hold that 7-point lead. But here come Fiji, still a man down. Almost centre field now, 5 metres out. Portugal slowing it down, but illegally so, says the referee. It's going to go wide. The referee has had some stern words. No yellow cards yet. Will it be a team warning? Hard hands there from Tuisova, not able to gather that pass. But also, it must be said, quite an average pass too. But for the moment, they were playing under advantage. And Fiji now look to tap and go via Frank Lamani. Always exciting to see the positive play. But Fiji would want to convert here. Matavesi. Portugal all over them in defence. Staying disciplined. Behind the last man's feet. Passionate defence from the Portuguese. But Fiji still in possession, playing towards this right-hand touchline. Tuisova bumps off one. And it's quick ball. It's lost forward. Portugal breathe again. Marquez is at the base, shapes for a kick. And immediately relieves the pressure again for Portugal. So at the moment where it mattered, Fiji kick the ball upfield and Portugal come away with it now, just inside their own half. Centre field are Portugal in possession. Marquez from the base hoofs it upfield. But Fiji come again. Fiji regain the kick from, or Portugal regain the kick from Fiji. And with the safety of the 22, Fiji find touch on halfway. Portugal will have the put into the line out. The referee just coming back here. It will be a line out, I guess. It's actually a scrum. Fiji will have the put into the scrum. Time is off for the moment. There is an injury they're attending to. Portugal still lead here at the start. The Toulouse, 17 points to 10. Australia would be desperate, I guess, as they tuned in to have Portugal hit a penalty, win 20 points to 10, and send them through. But this is not about Australia tonight. This is about Fiji and Portugal. And the scoreline might suggest perhaps not a lot of action, but it's been all action, and Portugal not backing down tonight, throwing everything at it. People would say perhaps Fiji not playing up to their level of expectation, but they know what they expect of themselves, and I'm sure they want to qualify much more than we want them to, and we want them to qualify most certainly. The Flying Fijians. We kind of wish Portugal could also go through, but that's not how the Rugby World Cup works. Lamani with the feed on his own 10-meter mark. Fiji with a powerful scrum matter at the back, waiting for the advantage. And now that's a free play for Fiji. Botitu, McCullough there, and they're almost up to the 22 on this right-hand touchline. Fiji hitting it up front. The referee having a new advantage now for Fiji. All of a sudden it's opening up here, but just not able to have soft hands there, but playing under advantage. Tuisova used heavily tonight. Route 1 direct, powerful, quick off the mark, getting Fiji up to the 22, and Botitu says he'll put it into touch. They're 12 meters out on this right-hand touchline now of Fiji, still trailing 10 points to 17. Canaveri, the replacement hooker, finds his man in the middle, sets them all, and here come the Fijians with the power game. Portugal looking to hold them up. They've come through the middle. And somehow Fiji still managed to hold on to possession and recycle the ball quickly now. They're almost up to the line. It's 2 meters short. All the forwards in there. Ikanaveri for Fiji. Advantage, says the referee. And try time for Fiji. They went in short. The referee just put his arm out for advantage, but they only had their eyes on the white line and Fiji. Masaki Daje scores. And the opportunity now to level the scores again. It was a good set line out from Fiji. Keeping it in short, all the forwards getting involved there. All the power was up front. And try time for Fiji. Flying Fijians in the stands. They'll be happy if Lamani can kick the extra 2, put it level. Lamani with the kick is successful for Fiji. It's 17 points apiece. And I dare mention it for the moment, heartbreak for Eddie Jones. Portugal just got ahead, but again, Fiji responding. Incredible game here at the Rugby World Cup. In this final Pool C clash of week 5. The scores are level. Told you guys if you had a bet on, is the draw impossible? Well, the way it's been happening, 3-3, 10-3, 10 all, 17-10. 17 all. Just like that. That's just the way it is in Portugal. Kick off deep inside Fijian 22 now. Carlo, I want to say there is an opportunity for a draw. Obviously, the odds are not high on that one, but for me, perhaps it's been quite scrappy, so it's a difficult one to call. Portugal have not laid down. They are making substitutions, so I guess that final 10 minutes when it starts to really open up and the legs get tired, who's got that little extra bit of focus? So it might be a penalty that separates them. I don't know if it's going to be the full 8. Well, that would mean that Portugal would win. I think Fiji could get over the line. Perhaps a penalty or 2. But for the moment, Portugal. Mata down this left-hand touchline inside the Fijian 22. Come, Portugal. Positive rugby. Marquez at the base. It's a loose ball and Fiji come away with it now. They're up to halfway. It kind of vary. When it gets loose, Fiji start flying, and here they come. The defense in 6s and 7s for the moment. Botia with a chip over the top. Almost finds his man, but it's into touch on this right-hand touchline. Advantage Fiji there in terms of a territorial gain. Portugal almost up to the 22 of Fiji, but the ball stripped by a Fijian defender. And Botia had the presence of mind to look for space, found grass, and just in that moment, the Fijian player who collected the ball couldn't get it away in time. He put a foot into touch, and Portugal breathed for the moment. The score's still level here at the start there to lose. Tajur with the feed for Portugal. They're 7 meters out from their own try line, remember, on this right-hand touchline. Replacements aplenty on both sides. It's that time of the afternoon. Tuisova coming off. Portugal do in fact win the line out. Marquez has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Shapes for a kick. And does in fact find touch for Portugal. Not happy with the distance though. But safe for the moment, Portugal. The game still level. Fiji with the put into the line out. Finds his man. Advantage, says the referee now. Portugal infringing there. Centre field towards the left-hand touchline. Here come Fiji. The ball is stripped again, so Portugal most certainly have a plan to tackle the ball as well, to kill that ball, not allow Fiji to use their soft hands and skillful offloads to keep the game alive. But for the moment, it was an infringement. Offside from Portugal. A lot of penalties both sides. It's been all action. Here at the start, did Toulouse. Perfectly poised at 17 all. Who would have predicted a draw? But for the moment, it's Frank Lamani who has the opportunity to give Fiji the lead once again with this penalty kick. Relatively easy. 20 meters out, just right off center from the uprights. Frank Lamani for Fiji. Both eyes on the posts. Keeps his focus. Strikes the ball cleanly, straight down the middle for Frank Lamani, and Fiji take the lead by 20 points to 17. Induna asks, is Eddie going to survive? Do you mean in terms of if Australia obviously get eliminated, will he be sacked on Monday? That's an interesting question. Good question. I thought he was there to guide them to the next Rugby World Cup. That's why they made the hasty decision to get rid of Dave Rennie, because they believed Eddie Jones is going to guide them when they host the next World Cup. But maybe their vision was far-sighted. Are they going to make panic decisions and sack him? Is it really the coach? I think the players have to also take responsibility, so that they have to sort out. But a very good question there, Nduna. Obviously, from the World Cup, they will be gone. Obviously, Fiji winning here, Australia are out. So in that sense, it is definitely bye-bye, Eddie. And for the moment, Fiji do lead 20 points to 17. A line out on halfway here for Portugal on this right-hand side. It's a loose ball. And Fiji come away with possession now. Fiji into the Portuguese half. It's centre field, almost up to the 10-meter mark. And another penalty from Luke Pearce. Portugal not keeping up with the tempo at the breakdown there. And perhaps a kickable range for Frank Lamani to extend that 3-point lead to 6. Not rolling away there, or not giving Lamani the opportunity to play quick ball, illegally so from Portugal. And it's directly pointed to the post. Lamani will have an opportunity now. 4 out of 4 this evening. He hasn't missed a single kick. It's definitely within his range, Frank Lamani. It's been a battle of the scrum halves tonight in terms of goal kicking. Marquez also stepped up for Portugal, but for the moment, Frank Lamani for Fiji. Both eyes on the posts. Strikes the ball beautifully. splits the uprights and gives Fiji a 6-point lead. It's 23 points to 17. Crucially, Portugal would have to score and convert to take the lead. Here at the start, they're to lose. So Fiji muscling their way through here towards the latter part of the second half. Time is not in their favour for Portugal to come back and afford themselves an opportunity to win here, because they're not in possession. Fiji come away with it. How many more opportunities will Portugal have to get down into the danger zone? Fiji, for the moment, keep possession. The scrum half shapes to kick. It's a little bit deep, and Portugal want to play now. It's got to be now or never for Portugal. Marta, elusive as ever, off his left wing now. Here come Portugal. They're up to the 10-meter mark of Fiji. It's quick ball, Marquez. Inside the 10-meter mark of Fiji or Portugal. More importantly, still in possession, but trying to find space. Out towards this right-hand touchline. There he goes again. It's Rafael Storti. You can't keep him out of the game. He finds his left wing partner, Rodrigo Marta. They team up together, and Portugal crucially score. And with that, have the opportunity with the conversion to take the lead. Rodrigo Marta scores, but it was Rafael Storti again. An incredible breakdown this right-hand blind side. Great acceleration there, and a wonderful offload. Post-contact found Rodrigo Marta, and Portugal to hit back with just a handful of minutes to play here at the Stade de Toulouse. Incredible drama at the end here. You can see what it means to Portugal. It's quite a difficult conversion attempt here for Rafael Marquez. Fiji, for the moment, lead 23 points to 22. We saw this happen last time around against Georgia, where they missed the opportunity to win. Will this be an opportunity now for Marquez? To right the wrongs and put Portugal in the lead here at the Stade de Toulouse. All eyes on Marquez as he focuses in on the kick. 20 meters in or out from the posts. Kicks it. It's over, and Portugal take the lead. Sensational scenes here at the Stade de Toulouse. 24 points to 23. Not many of us would have called it, but for the moment, Portugal lead. Australia are obviously still out. Fiji with that losing bonus point. How close is that for Eddie Jones in Australia? But more importantly, let's celebrate how special it is for this Portuguese team to come away with the win here. Fiji, remember, will still qualify for the knockout stages, but a huge wake-up call here. Marquez, Portugal, put the ball into touch. Incredible scenes here. Sensational. A team of relative amateurs up against the flying Fijians have come up at the end, stolen the game away. It was back and forth all evening, but what incredible scenes at the start there to lose. It's been incredible to share this moment with you guys, the fans. Portugal walk away with the win by 1 point, 24 points to 23. From myself, Roots at Forever Sports, we look forward to the quarterfinals next weekend. But what a moment to savor for Portugal. Until then, bye for now.